Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing great. And yes, this is the last part of Season 2 of creating Naruto comics in Naruto World. You can check out the first season of this amazing story in my channel and playlist. Akaban was graduated from the University of Arts and Design in the 21st century, then suddenly traversed into the Naruto's world. By bringing my knowledge of arts and my love of Naruto comic, I decided to recreate Naruto comic here. So let's start without any delay. Brother Yunlane, you're early today. Inuzuka Ishi got up early. Walking his nin dog and training with it every morning. Other Inuzuka clans must have morning lessons. Even though Inuzuka Ishi's innate talent is mediocre, he never skips his training even once. Kurama Yunlane shivered with fright and immediately hid the comic in his hand. The other party was a dozen steps away from him, and probably didn't see the content of what he was holding. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he thought of this. The comic came here this morning, so I moved out earlier. Kurama Yunlane forcefully calmed down. Really? Inuzuka Ishi ran over excitedly. The content of the last volume talked about the battle between Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto. Although Inuzuka Kiba said all kinds of arrogance, he was also proud to see their clan secret jutsu shine in the comic. Therefore, in his heart, he is looking forward to the plot of the next volume. Although Naruto is the protagonist, what if he wins? Naruto at this stage is really not that powerful except for the external Kyuubi mode. 2 volumes have been directly updated this time, but the number of comics in the second volume is small, and everyone can only buy one. Kurama Yunlane said. The day before yesterday's update plus the 50 volumes sent for temporary printing yesterday, the comic of Naruto was updated from chapter 76 to chapter 84 in one breath. As for One Piece, it is updated to chapter 25. It's great, please give me a copy of the comics updated today. Inuzuka Ishi was very excited. This request is very embarrassing for Yunlane. There are quite a lot of comics updated today. In addition to Naruto and One Piece, there is also Shinosuke Kafirime. Give it all. If he gives Kafirime to him, perhaps Inuzuka Ishi knows what he was looking at earlier. After thinking for a while, Kurama Yunlane picked out the updates of Naruto and One Piece from the bookshelf and gave them to Inuzuka Ishi, but the Kafirime under the cabinet, he did not give it to him. Inuzuka Ishi was very excited. He didn't pay attention to Kurama Yunlane's expression at all. He took the comic and immediately moved the small bench and opened the book to read. When had opened the front page, he saw Akamaru being held by Naruto in a suspended position. Inuzuka Ishi couldn't help feeling distressed a little. Dogs will feel uncomfortable in this position. But quickly turned to the next page, and he saw an exciting scene. Akamaru eats soldier's pills. Simulated beast clone jutsu. He knew all Kiba secret jutsu that he used, so without having to look at the next page, he had already guessed what it was. Let's do it, Akamaru. Woof tilde. Akamaru responded, and leapt over his shoulder. Ninja art of beast of mimicry. This jutsu they have not been able to master until now, since it belongs to a higher rank jutsu in their family. Of course, with many secret jutsu from their clan, ninja art of beast of mimicry is not their strongest, but still, it belongs to the category of the strong. Juyim Bunshin. Man-beast doppelgangers. Handsome, that's it, defeat Naruto in one breath. When someone was so immersed in the story, they tend to forget that they can't change anything even if they shout loudly numerous times. Kurama Yunlane is very uncomfortable right now. To tell the truth, he would like Inuzuka Ishii to leave early, but it is impossible for him to say this as the store manager. The purpose of the comic shop is as long as they don't use prostitutes, they will open their doors to welcome anyone. After seeing chapter 76, Inuzuka Ishii almost felt that Kiba had the chance to win and it was impossible to lose. However, on the last page, Naruto transformed into Kiba. Kiba confidently hit the other Kiba he thought was Naruto, but when its transformation dissipated, it turned out to be Akamaru and he fell into doubt. This silly boy, it's not Akamaru. Inuzuka Ishii felt something was wrong. Turning to the next page, sure enough, Kiba punched Akamaru flying. Idiot, you don't even recognize which nindog you have with all your training with him, it's an insult to the family. He was angry and disdainful. Iwamaru, his nindog, stretched out his tongue and licked him, seemingly comforting. Inuzuka Ishii has a bad talent, but he is very attentive to the dog he grew up with. He has a tacit understanding of one person and one dog. Such mistakes are very low level in his eyes. Is this deliberately insulting my Inuzuka family? He was aggrieved and wanted to go head-to-head with Akaban to rectify the Inuzuka clan, but he thought of Akaban's terrifying illusions and endless illusions. Woof tilde. Iwamaru bark. Forget it, Iwamaru, let's let him go this time. Inuzuka Ishii calmed down his companions while continued reading. From here on, he felt that Kiba winning chance become non-existence. Sure enough, after seeing the next page, Naruto gradually became more powerful, and the scenes became more and more. But the four-legged technique is indeed a relatively common method to use high-speed mobile sneak attacks. TL/N, Shikyaku no Jutsu. Inuzuka Ishii did not yell this time as he saw Kiba attack using the four-legged technique. Although the tactics are fine, but he doesn't know why, he feels that Kiba can't win. The high-speed sneak attack succeeded. Naruto didn't react at all after Kiba sneaked on his back, and his hands were still in a state of sealing. According to normal, Naruto will certainly lose. But this. Inuzuka Ishii stuttered as pointed to the comic and repeated it several times, but he didn't know what to say. It really works. Inuzuka Ishii simulated the battle, and his entire face turned green. Fart. It can be like this. For a long time, he felt that there was no problem with the family secret technique, but he didn't expect that there would be such a method to deal with it. This is too much. In the future, when the enemy uses this kind of method when facing the Inuzuka ninja, who can withstand it? Is there anything wrong with the comic? Kurama Yunlane was a little puzzled. The child changed his face too quickly, from excitement to despair in only half a minute. I have something to do, I have to go first. Inuzuka Ishii realized that his own technique did have flaws in this regard. Is that so? You go slowly. Kurama Yunlane didn't understand and didn't want to understand. The faster Inuzuka Ishii depart, the happier he was. When he couldn't see his figure, he took out the comic from the cabinet and continued reading. Where am I again? Forget it, start from the beginning. Kurama Yunlane turned the first page and saw the familiar picture, and he immediately became happy. Although there were customers coming and going from time to time, he couldn't stop his enthusiasm for reading these comics at all, until the people on the street gradually became more and more complicated, and he finally finished reading the thin book. It is that good? A voice came from behind. Very good. Kurama Yunlane did not answer but nodded heavily. Later, he noticed something was wrong. Young master, when did you come? I've been here since a while ago. By the way, I am a shadow clone. Akaban said lightly, then glanced at Kurama Yunlang's counter and turned back to the lounge. For the ninja, it is too simple to hide from ordinary people like Yunlang. As long as they use the transformation jutsu, everything can be done. As for why he does it, in addition to life, there is always a little fun in this world, and the best way to sanction the youngster is now. Ninja's life is so unpretentious and boring. Kurama Yunlang buried his head, his heart was broken. He thought he was hiding it carefully, but he didn't think he has seen it since the beginning. He felt heartbroken and ashamed. However, at first, he was a little nervous and ashamed, but then, all his emotions gradually dissipated. Why would he be embarrassed when there is even a child reading a comic like the one he was holding in public? Right. So he took it out and looked at it again. So beautiful. It's a pity that it's too short, and it's not a long-form serialization type. And he doesn't know when is the next update. But this is a comic worth collecting. Kurama Yunlang took a deep breath and put aside the book apart from the rest. What about the other 9 books? He fell into deep thought, and then put the 9 books together with Jiraiya's love in the desert. Treasures are placed here, waiting only for those who are destined. Clone Akaban glanced outside, then set up a portrait and started to work. Today, his task is to paint 5 chapters of Naruto. Today, the plot is finished, the qualifier for the Chunin exam has ended, and the true strength of Kabuto has also been revealed. The most important thing is Jiraiya appearance. One of the 3 Sannin, Mount Myoboku, and Toad Immortal will officially appear. On the other side, Akaban returned home and was going to sleep. However, due to his physical and mental power increased, it seems very difficult to fall asleep quickly after waking up. After lying down for a while, he simply opened the exchange list to check the newly added exchange ability. He hasn't opened the panel for 2 days, and there are a lot more redemption options above, such as beast mimicry, 4-legged technique, and so on. However, for Akaban, these seem to be of little use. The only mental jutsu that the Yamanaka uses is a little of use to him. Akaban's mental power was too high, and the version that Ino mastered was useless. In addition, he won't mention the Bakugan, Gentle Fist, Sand Control and the like, as they are not very useful and risky. And the 8 inner gates will not be considered for the time being. In this way, the Naruto series has basically no other needs other than the one-handed seal and the Uzumaki physique perception that were previously concerned. In addition to the abilities from Naruto, there are also the abilities of Devil Fruit, but the price of Devil Fruit is extremely high, and the number of times he can take a Devil Fruit is limited. Akaban is not interested in these. In addition, there are more abilities such as Onigiri, Hypnotism, etc. The price of redeeming Hypnotism is 0 because this thing is not even as good as his own illusion. A useless thing. Akaban scrolled down from the top and saw the last item, and he was shocked at once. Fart Jutsu, 0 points are required. What the hell is this? Why are you arranging things like this? Why don't you throw away Naruto's farting jutsu? Forget it, it's an art in itself, and what powerful jutsu can I expect from it? Akaban shook his head slightly. This kind of jutsu also adds to the fun. If he really wants to redeem all the thing he wants from the system, he has to draw more chapters of Naruto and One Piece. Since he can't sleep, it's better to get up and start doing something. Sitting up and summoning another shadow clone, the old routine started to work for the clone, As for Akaban, he went out to take a stroll. It just happened that the comics were updated and it was time to visit the prison and visit the two prisoners. Except for Kafirim, give me 2 copies of the rest. Akaban went first to the comic shop. Orochimaru and Tsunade are like squatting in prison every day. The last time he went to visit the prison, the two of them met so much, it made people laugh, but they couldn't help but admire them. So now after the update, he will stop by to see how they are doing. Young master, what are you going to do with this? Giving it to Orochimaru and Tsunade who hold up in their laboratory. Akaban answered as he picked up things, and then went to the street to go shopping. Last time he bought these grilled meats, and since he was too tired of being complained about by Orochimaru. This time Akaban simply bought all vegetarian dishes. Konoha does not have a vegetarian restaurant, but after Akaban's repeated requests, the boss still made these dishes with only vegetarian dishes and no diced meat. Stir-fry vegetables, boiled tofu and other 3 or 4 dishes, and add some rice balls. Originally he only planned to pack 2 orders, but when he thought of going to Danza's site, what if he didn't give him some? Isn't it the same as giving his prudent teacher a chance to bear hatred on him? So he took 3 dishes and headed all the way to Anbu. In the past, the Anbu didn't know Akaban's purpose for the first time, but this time they saw Akaban carrying 3 takeaways, and they immediately understood and directly brought Akaban to Danza's office. Danza glanced at the dishes, a subtle expression suddenly appeared on his face. Akaban put down the things. Danza paused for a long time, and then slowly said, all vegetables. Vegetables contain some substances urgently needed by the human body. It is good to eat vegetarian dishes occasionally. Besides, ninjas should maintain a reasonable figure. Akaban babbled casually. Of course, he wouldn't tell Danza that he didn't bother to run to multiple places, so he bought the same 3 at the vegetarian restaurant. Forget it. Danza took it, and Anbu's food was obviously not good either. On the surface, he was very calm, but in fact, he was still quite happy to see these vegetarian dishes. If that's all, I'll go see them first. Yes, but next time, you can bring me a copy too. Danza said lightly. What? Akaban was a little puzzled. Didn't he bring a portion of the meal? Then he looked at the things at his hand and immediately understood what Danza was referring to as the comics. He asked suspiciously, does the teacher read it from other channels? Although there is no evidence, he really doesn't believe it if he doesn't even have a channel for comics as the head of the dark side. Cough cough cough. Danza seemed to be choking and suddenly coughed violently. After a long time, his expression recovered calmly and said, don't guess, there are no other channels. Forget it, you go find them, I have to work. Yes. Akaban smiled in his heart. To send Danza comics, I am afraid that the real meat buns will never return. Money. What to give to the teacher and talk about money or not? Smelly boy, so many eyes. Danza cursed secretly. After Akaban left, he took out the rice ball and vegetable dishes and began to eat. Well, although it's a vegetarian dish, it tastes really good. Good to eat. Not long after, all the dishes were swept away by him. After leaving the office, Akaban didn't need someone to lead the way, and he found the laboratory of Tsunade and Orochimaru alone. This time, neither of them locked the door. Akaban glanced. Tsunade was in the small laboratory, continuously releasing chakras on a rat. He walked in and put things down gently. At this stage, there is no such thing as a medical ninjutsu. Most medical staff use drugs to assist chakra stimulation, and there is no uniform name for medical ninjutsu. Tsunad's current technique is different from simple stimulation therapy. Under treatment, the rats that were unable to move their limbs trembled a few times, and then gradually stood up, regaining certain vitality. She breathed a sigh of relief and then grabbed the mouse's tail. Only then did she notice a person standing nearby. Tsunad was taken aback for a moment, then she was sluggish for a while, pretending to be nonchalant and ask, "Why are you here?" "To visit you guys and give you something to eat as a bonus." Akaban pointed to the food on the table over there, and then asked curiously, "You are training medical ninjutsu?" Tsunad said that as she gently squeezed the wall and seemed to be communicating with Orochimaru. As expected. In a few seconds, Orochimaru came from next door, holding several fainted mice in his hand. The mouse that Tsunad was holding saw Orochimaru, was so frightened that it keeps struggling and squeaking at the same time as if it met a demon. However, it failed to escape its bad luck and was temporarily fainted with a light pinch by Tsunad. "It's so convenient to have your medical treatment." Orochimaru took it and looked very happy. "It's still not good, the success rate is not high." Tsunad shook her head and walked to the basin to wash her hands. He, mouse, was researched, played with, and sent over to trained therapy after he was about to die, healed and sent back to continue. "This is too miserable." Akaban couldn't help but sympathize. "Really, he can't die." "Oh, Akaban, you're here." Orochimaru noticed Akaban, then noticed the food, and immediately went to wash his hands. But after coming back, he didn't start eating immediately, but looked left and right as if looking for something. "Why are you not eating?" Tsunad eats quickly and has eaten half of a rice ball in just a short while. "What about comics?" Orochimaru is a little anxious. Time is precious and there is no room for waste. Tsunad was silent for a moment, then looked at Akaban. "It's here." Akaban took out the comics and then distributed the comic books in the package to her and Orochimaru. Tsunad didn't look at it and put it aside for now. Orochimaru on the other hand opened it as soon as he got it, looking like he couldn't wait. He was taken aback when he saw the first words. "What happened?" Tsunad noticed his strangeness, and also opened the updated chapter 76. "Nothing special. It's only Kiba who got defeated by Naruto fart and loses his fighting strength. It is worth seeing, but it is not so exaggerated. The Anbu just came over and asked if I could study the ninjutsu that changes the sense of smell." Orochimaru said. When he said that he pointed at the mice, it was self-evident. Tsunad was stunned for a moment, and then smiled uncontrollably. "It turns out that it was you again." Inuzuka clan's own sense of smell is sensitive, plus with the imitation beast ninjutsu, it becomes heightened. The fart close at hand is indeed very lethal. She thought for a while, and couldn't help saying, "If it's a dozen steps away, the lethality can't be so great, are they?" In case, well, they are considering another situation. "I'm eating now, so I won't mention this smelly thing." Orochimaru ate a few bites of rice in silence. The Inuzuka clan gave very favorable conditions. Apart from the funds themselves, they are more willing to collect some important experimental subjects for him. For the Inuzuka family, which has a large number of ninja dogs, catching prey is part of daily training. In addition, he is interested in the subject of changing the sense of smell itself. Tsunad is a little slouched and can't get interested in these plots. It's not that she doesn't like comic, but she is thinking about medical ninjutsu. In particular, after knowing that Sand Village's medical skills have become stronger due to poisoning, the more she has the idea of studying medical ninjutsu. Seeing Neji and Hinata fighting, she was slightly startled, and then suddenly remembered. Bakugan can see the human veins, Gentle Fist can directly attack the internal organs, Tenketsu cut off chakra. Therefore, in terms of understanding of body structure, who in the world can compare to the Hyuga clan? The failure rate of treating these rats is mainly due to inaccurate procedures. This is true for mice, not to mention that human internal organs are more complicated. I must go to Hyuga's clan. Because I'm so busy, I forgot to go to the Hyuga clan. Tsunade patted her head. Then she got up violently, stuffed some food indiscriminately, and then said vaguely, I'm leaving now. I don't need these mice for the time being. You can deal with it yourself. Orochimaru still wants to speak, but Tsunade has already left. It's good to get used to it. Researchers are excited when they have inspiration. Akaban coughed lightly and said. Orochimaru felt painful watching those fainted mice, not to mention it takes time to catch the mice again, but it will also waste some of his research time. Forget it, come. He uses summoning jutsu to summon a snake of a reasonable size and let it eat several dead mice. Then Orochimaru turned over and watched the battle between Neji and Hinata. Next one, Rock Lee vs Gaara. Gaara is the manpower pillar of Sand Village, but Rock Lee. Orochimaru is not optimistic about Lee. If it is Neji, it is still possible, but Lee only knows physical skills. It is impossible to defeat Gaara. Perhaps even that layer of defense is difficult to crack. He secretly said in his heart. Really? Although Rock Lee was very strong and his speed was astonishing, but the next battle still couldn't break the sand defense. This scene seemed to be like watching Sakumo in the non-ninjutsu version, facing the ironclad Zack. Orochimaru sighed silently. Without a bloodline line, Kekii Genkai, it is really difficult to defeat these special existences. At this moment, he resonated deeply with Rock Lee. However, the next second, he saw Rock Lee take off the weight on his feet. Smashing a picture of smoke and dust, Orochimaru couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Is this something humans can do? Next, Rock Lee's speed was faster, and the sand had no time to defend. Gaara seemed to be unable to resist each attack, and the sand armor wrapped around him began to fall off. Good physical skills. Orochimaru was surprised. Is this the level that ordinary people can do? He always thinks that Taijutsu cannot change destiny, such as Shin and Yu who has a frail body from the normal ninja. Can it be compared with Senju clan's Taijutsu after training? Obviously not. Perhaps he has a special talent in physical skills. Some people have different talents from others, which is not surprising. Orochimaru secretly said in his heart. Front Lotus. The spinning move, but he only hit a sand clone, and after using the front lotus at the same time, Rock Lee lost his mobility. The sadness of not knowing how to ninjutsu. Orochimaru felt a little regretful. If Rock Lee masters ninjutsu, at this time he can completely rely on body substitution jutsu or mud wall, water wall and other defenses against ninjutsu, to survive the weakness of front lotus. It's a pity that he doesn't know any ninjutsu. This is an unfair battle, at least in the eyes of Orochimaru. A genius who works hard, but only deceiving himself. There are gaps in the world that can't be crossed no matter how hard you work, such as Kekii Genkai and Jinchuriki's tailed beast ability. Orochimaru sighed softly. He is not mocking or despising Lee, he is completely substituting himself into the role of Rock Lee. Although he is luckier than Rock Lee and can easily learn ninjutsu and illusion, in the face of Akaban illusion, he can only rely on the method of forcibly fainting and waking up quickly. What's more, there is a Mangekyo. He didn't understand it before, thinking that Sharingan was the limit of writing round eyes. It was not until the night of Uchiha's cleaning their tumor that Yuan Uchiha awakened the kaleidoscope and used the illusion of descending hell that was beyond common sense, that Orochimaru realized that Uchiha's bloodline limit is really disastrous. That's why he couldn't help but ask himself this, is hard work useful? The power of the front lotus flower is amazing. Orochimaru thinks to face such an enemy, there is no way to escape except the use of Orochimaru's substitution technique. But at the same time, this trick consumes a lot of endurance, especially the damage to the muscles, and it cannot be recovered in a short time. Forget it, Rock Lee, you will be dead if this goes on. Sakura's words are also what Orochimaru wanted to say. Now Rock Lee is in the side effects of using it, and cannot avoid such an attack. Gaara is not weak, his sand control ability comes from one tail, and his lethality is amazing. If he can't avoid it, it most likely means death. Life is fragile and it's not worth it for this game. Orochimaru thought so in his heart, but in the next second, Rock Lee in the comics suddenly became alive and well. Recovered. Turning to the next sentence, the narrator guy explained. This is 8 inner gates. The theory of 8 human bodies has existed since ancient times. Orochimaru has studied it. In the end, since it was difficult and he had a lot of work at hand, it was temporarily cancelled. However, because of this, he has a certain understanding of 8 inner gates. The 2 gates of opening and rest are in the brain, and then from top to bottom are 5 gates of life, injury, limit and finally leading to the heart gate of death. What is the effect of opening all 8 doors? This is temporarily unknown. But it can be expected that death is inevitable. Is it worth it to use this technique for only one battle? Rock Lee, who uses the gate, is very strong. From the comics, his speed must reach an incredible limit. At the same time, because of the first 4, his power has reached an incredible level. Even the armor of sand could not stop his attack. Orochimaru became obsessed with the comics, and the speed of turning pages slowed down. He read page by page for fear of missing a detail. The 5th door, limit. Opened another door. What power is that? He was surprised and curious and then turned down, but suddenly found that there was a blank page behind. Gone. At the critical moment, the update is gone. Orochimaru was always calm, but he was a little irritable at the moment, and then took a deep breath and asked, what happened next? It's a secret. Akaban smiled slightly, spoiling the story, that he can't do this kind of thing. Orochimaru was speechless and put the book down. Although it was regrettable that he could not see the result of the battle, he had already guessed the result of Rock Lee and Gaara in his heart. Probably a tragedy. It has nothing to do with strength, but a conclusion drawn through plot analysis. Gaara and Sand's villages are one line. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Hidden Sound Village are one line. If the 2 lines passed the Chunin exam and all gathered in Konoha, the matter was by no means as simple as the surface. As Jinchuriki, if Gaara is going to fall here, how will the subsequent plot continue? Orochimaru sighed for Rock Lee. Even if it's just a comic, when the other party opens the gate in his body at all costs, he feels that the character is alive. 8 inner gates, sigh. To practice this technique, you need a strong physique, but also the courage to sacrifice and be desperate. Orochimaru sighed in a sense of sorrow. Do you want to be a coward for a lifetime or a hero for a second? This is 8 inner gates. 8 inner gates before 7 gates can be used constant exercise and practice to offset certain side effects. Only 8 gates completely open will have a high probability of death, but it does not prevent Akaban from using this sentence here. If there really is this jutsu in this world, then it will probably be impossible for me to master for a lifetime. Orochimaru laughs at himself. Just as he is not suitable for the weapon of fist and blade, Taijutsu like 8 inner gates is also not a type he can master. It has nothing to do with innate talent, it is pure distrust. He believes in his own ninjutsu more than the sword and physical skills. He paused and then said, but 8 inner gates is worth studying. Once successful, maybe a ninja will be comparable to a Jinchuriki in a short period of time. What is the role of Jinchuriki? It is deterrence. The completely open formidable power of 8 gates can change the entire battle situation at a critical moment, which is completely equivalent to the existence of nuclear bombs. It is easy to study 8 inner gates, but it is very, very difficult to practice. Akaban reminded him as he stretched. 8 inner gates can be redeemed right now. It requires 3,000 points, but what's the use? The difference between physique and ninjutsu is that the exchange and mastery of ninjutsu mean real mastery, and even if you exchange physique, you still have to continue to train, otherwise, the body will not perform well and it will be just fake. Furthermore, as Orochimaru said, people like them cannot really master 8 inner gates for a lifetime. People like Might Dewey, Guy and Lee are very few. Let's study it first and see how the effect will be. Orochimaru took out the small notebook and wrote down the 8 inner gates. There are already many topics in his notebook, many of which are marked with special marks. Some are torn, while the rest have a red mark representing failure at the back, and the mark of 8 inner gates should mean low probability of success. But when it comes to 8 inner gates, Akaban thinks of someone he almost forgot. Guy's father, Might Dewey. Dewey's age should not be much different from theirs. When he looks back, Orochimaru will formally develop the 8 Gates scientific training program. He can then find the whereabouts of Might Dewey. Well, maybe I can set up a Taijutsu class in the future. Akaban thought about it. Today's One Piece update is not that interesting. Orochimaru said as he quickly turned over. Compared with Naruto bloody battle plot, the One Piece in the smooth foreshadowing period is indeed lackluster. Luffy didn't even have a decent pirate ship at this time, let alone go to the Grand Line. Calm down, the plot is slowly rolled out, like a lottery, several failures are just a cushion for success. Akaban took a sip of chicken soup as he explained like an expert. Orochimaru glanced around and confirmed that Tsunade was not there as he retorted. Your fallacy is not valid for Tsunade. There is nothing I can do about it. Akaban clasped his fists. Tsunade's luck is simply the goddess of bad luck. After eating with Orochimaru here and reading the comics, Akaban packed up and even the one Tsunade used was put in a bag ready to be taken away. When Akaban was about to leave, Orochimaru who was behind him suddenly stopped him. Akaban, are you going over to the land of whirlpools? Probably not. Akaban wanted to go. If he could collect the blood of the Uzumaki clan, it might reduce the exchange demand for perception and self-healing ability. However, it was almost all the ninja villages war against Hidden Whirlpool's village. No one can stop it, neither could Konoha. If not necessary, he is unwilling to set foot in the quagmire. Anbu is much more leisurely than before. Orochimaru sighed softly, then got up and walked to his laboratory. Inexplicable, but the two have a tacit understanding. There are fewer and fewer people in Anbu, which naturally means that Danza has started the layout of Land of Whirlpools, but other ninja villages have already planted countless Anbu in Land of Whirlpools. It is hard to hide every move they created. From the moment the ninjas sneaked into the land of Uzumaki, the war had already begun. Akaban walked out of the laboratory and left familiarly. Back in the village, it was as calm as usual, and the war in the land of Uzumaki did not affect most people. Like Akaban, he should eat, drink, and sleep. The difference is that when everything starts, he will probably have more work because, at that time, the task of the preparation department will probably have to start. In the evening, Izumi Yamano led the convoy to Konoha again. In addition to delivering the comic and 10 chapters of One Piece's update gathered from other factories today, his other purpose is to bring a reply from the leader of the caravan. The caravan asked me to bring this letter, you just need to pass it to Hokage-sama, and he will understand everything. Yamano Izumi said. So mysterious. Akaban scratched his head. There is no other way but to send it to the third Hokage immediately. There must be no delay in such an important thing. Although he is lazy, he can still distinguish the priorities. So he summoned his clone as he rushed to the outside of the Hokage office. Seeing that the door was open, he pushed in directly. However, as soon as he pushed the door, he saw the shadow of the third Hokage's hands. It should be a transformation technique. The difference is that it uses objects as items. Akaban glanced at the table, where there was something that blended into the surroundings. Although he can't tell what it is, he feels like it's a book. And he understood it immediately as he thought of it. The third Hokage coughed and asked, "What's the matter?" "My lord," the caravan give their reply. Akaban stared at Hiruzen without looking at the table and handed the letter with both hands. "Let me see." Hiruzen took it over. Opening it, he pulled a piece of paper from it. There is no text on the paper, only a stamp, named Daimyo. There is no content, but the stamp itself is the content. It represents the support of the Daimyo. "Then I will retire first." Akaban made a handprint and was about to leave instantly. Disturbing the reading of the third Hokage, what if the third Hokage is not happy about it and starts throwing a bunch of tasks for him? Wait a minute. Hiruzen called him to stop, thought about it, and said, "Go to the Hyuga clan and call the patriarch over." What? Akaban pointed to himself, a little bit unbelievable. Is this his job? It should be the Hokage's guard's job. The guards are all on duty. You will go for me. Hiruzen said as he waved impatiently and gave the order directly. This, all right. No matter how reluctant he is, an order from a Hokage is like an order from a president, so Akaban can't do anything about it. He thought for a while and said, "You must give me a token, otherwise the Hyuga clan might not let me in." At Kazuhiko Hyuga's banquet last time, he considered the Hyuga family offended. Later, the Kuruma clan refused to show favor from the Hyuga clan, so they added a lot of grievances. The patriarch of the Hyuga wouldn't care, but the king of Yama was so troubled by the little ghosts. "Bring this." Hiruzen removed an ornament on his wrist. This was an item he carried with him, and the name of Sarutabi Hiruzen was engraved on it, which was enough to avoid unnecessary trouble. Akaban took it and then went out to take a trip to the Hyuga clan for him. In fact, he really wants to complain. How can your guard be dispatched when their job is to protect the Hokage? Obviously, you dismiss them so that you can read that kind of book. Alas, it's all in his mind, as he is not daring enough to say it on the Hokage face, because who knows what troublesome job will be offered to him after saying that. Come to the Hyuga family. Unfortunately, today's gatekeeper is Hyuga Kazuhiko. He is a branch house member, and he is not too good. After graduation, he will indeed spend most of his time in clan training and doing things. Of course, this is probably related to the failure of the last banquet. So when he saw Akaban, his eyes were bitter. The scene was somewhat awkward. Akaban coughed slightly and drew out his pockets, and found that the comics had been put back in the shop, so he had to take out the third Hokage personal seals and said, "I'm on the order of Hokage Sama, and I come to talk to the Patriarch of Hyuga." Kazuhiko Hyuga was silent for a moment, then pointed to the inside, not even bothering to answer with words. "Okay, thanks a lot." Akaban didn't irritate him and walked in after learning the direction. Kazuhiko Hyuga couldn't help asking the senior on the side, "Brother, why did I just stand guard at the door? Others have already run errands for the Hokage Sama, I am not convinced. They are all the same age, why is he so handsome?" This question is good. Another big brother of the Hyuga clan who watched the gate was silent. He stood there for 7 or 8 years already. He had this question at the beginning, but now become used to it. So for him, it was nothing, but when he heard this, Kazuhiko Hyuga almost cried. Heartbreak. The Hyuga clan is very old, and its architectural style is quite different from the outside. Their clan is not an electoral system, but main house inheritance, so clan leader's home can be seen at a glance. Wandering all the way, it didn't take long to meet a ninja from Hyuga. Kurama Akaban. What are you doing in our family? By the order of Hokage Sama, I come to talk with your patriarch. Akaban took out the seal. The other party took a look, then nodded, walked to the front to lead the way, and said, "The patriarch and Tsunade are in the library, not at home. Come with me." "Thank you." Akaban knew that the other party must have observed him with his Bakugan, and waited here especially. After walking for a while, he saw Tsunade and the patriarch of the Hyuga clan coming out from the front. Tsunade held a pile of books in her hands, probably all brought out from the Hyuga collection library. "Why are you here?" Tsunade froze for a moment, thinking Akaban was here for her, so she felt a little strange. I'm looking for the Hyuga patriarch." Akaban took out the sealed letter and handed it to Hyuga Meizazu. Hyuga Meizazu is a contemporary patriarch of the Hyuga clan. His strength is extraordinary, and he has played a lot in wars. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't be able to fight Uchiha. Meizazu Hyuga took a look, then handed it back to him, and said to Tsunade, "You can read the information, but you can't copy it or show it to others. And tomorrow you should bring it back." "Understood, thank you." Tsunade bowed gratefully. "No, medical ninjutsu is more powerful, and our ninjas have a greater chance of surviving if injured if someone mastered it." Meizazu Hyuga smiled lightly. "Then I will leave first." Tsunade did not continue to stay. These books can only be borrowed for 1 day, and time is running out. She must quickly remember and memorize the useful things in them. "Let's go." Without waiting for Akaban to speak, Hyuga Meizazu said as he took the lead to move forward. He knew the intention of the third Hokage looking for him. Both the village and the clan need to be balanced. Even if Uchiha joins the Hokage line, another family still needs to stand up and balance. And Hyuga is the most suitable family. "I don't have to go, anyway, it's nothing to do with me, right?" Akaban handed over the stamped letter, hoping that Meizazu Hyuga would help him return the things. He knows very well that there will be something else in this case. Meizazu Hyuga didn't take it, and said lightly, "Why would Hokage-sama send you here if it's nothing to do with you? Who does the caravan cooperate with? Kurama Akaban. Whose things can they sell in the land of river? It's him." "All right." Akaban sighed, "The matter really doesn't matter to him, it's pure nonsense." Had to keep up. The two of them walked slowly towards the Hokage building one after another. When they arrived at the office, Hiruzen wasn't reading the comics for adults. I guess he was frightened a little earlier, and his interest temporarily declined. "Hokage-sama, Patriarch Meizazu Hyuga is here," Akaban respectfully said. "Okay, go next door." Hiruzen got up, took some materials and went to the next door. The meeting room is next to the Hokage office, and the elder's office is next to it. Soon, Utatane Koharu and Mitakado Homura are all here. The meeting begins. Hiruzen coughed and then sent the information. The first page is the Land of Rivers map, with various symbols marked on it, all of which are very important locations. Meizazu Hyuga glanced at it for a few seconds, and then asked, "How is the contact with the caravan?" "They will cooperate fully." Hiruzen took out the blank letter with the seal of the daimyo. "The meaning is self-evident." Meizazu Hyuga nodded and said nothing. "Akaban, you have been to the country of the river, and the caravan team also worked with you. Tell us about the situation there." Turning his head, Utatane Koharu said. "Really? As Hyuga Meizazu said, it should be his job, and he can't hide it no matter what." Akaban sighed inwardly and thought for a moment. Afterwards, he pointed to a location on the map and said, "The final location of the caravan is here, Keochuan town. It is an important traffic gathering point in Land of Rivers. Most rogue ninjas will also go here. Is there anyone in Sand Village over there? Reconnaissance is not that simple. If the population is mixed, it is not conducive for them to distinguish the identity of each other, and their infiltration work will also be exposed to risks. When we went, there was a rogue ninja who came from Hidden Sand Village but was later killed. It is said that he died by Mist Ninja's methods." "Mist Ninja?" Hiruzen frowned slightly. The Mist Village was overseas, and a rogue ninja ran to the Land of River in the mainland, which was quite thoughtful. But he didn't care about these, so Akaban continued. Afterwards, Akaban recounted his experience in the Land of River. The third Hokage and two elders pondered for a moment, and then Hiruzen spoke. "Meizazu, what do you think? If I preside over the reconnaissance work, I suggest that the Inuzuka, Gecko, and Hatake clan will come to sneak into Keochuan town with the caravan, while our Hyuga clan secretly crossed the border and watched from the outside with our Bakugan. Meizazu Hyuga is very cautious in using words and doesn't leave any handle. And you can't help, so the reconnaissance work of the Land of River is entrusted to you. Be sure to monitor the Sand Village's every move. If there is any disturbance, report it to the village immediately." The words of the third Hokage basically expressed agreement with Hyuga Meizazu's proposal. Akaban just observes and listens to what they are talking about and does not speak to participate in these political affairs. However, next, the third Hokage tapped on the table and said after a while, "In addition, Akaban's preparation department will be available soon. It is best to arrange the personnel first, so as not to be caught off guard." "Yes, don't worry, I have a comprehensive plan." Akaban nodded. "How do you plan for the preparation department?" My Takado Homura was a little worried. After all, he is just a child, and he got a position beyond his scope. Talk about your views and don't hide them. Hiruzen knocked the table with a pipe, and his words were full of warning. I plan to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Apart from training together, I will create Taijutsu specialty class and Genjutsu specialty class to give special guidance to these two. Specialty class. Utatane Koharu slightly frowned and looked a little unsatisfied. Hiruzen reached out and told her to shut up temporarily, then nodded to Akaban. You continue. Yes. Taijutsu specialty class is mainly for those who do not have ninjutsu and illusion talents. Those ninjas allow themselves to intensively train, and when they leave for a mission, they are assigned to other teams according to their functions. Akaban explained, as for the illusion class, mainly I will guide them on some of the illusion content. He had an idea for the illusion class. In combat, the illusion is quite a tasteless ability, except of course for those who have a bloodline limit illusion like the Uchiha and Kurama. Akaban provides centralized guidance to them so that there will be more and more servers in the future. Well, that's a very good suggestion. Hiruzen nodded. He very much approved of Akaban's proposal. In terms of the inheritance of ninjutsu, genjutsu and other things, commoners can never compare to a clan disciple. But taijutsu is different. This is a path that everyone can practice. As long as they work hard enough, they can master good taijutsu skills. If they train well, they might be able to get a few good taijutsu talents. Therefore, Hiruzen thought about it and said, I agree with the special class, but for other students, I hope you will not only teach them taijutsu skills or illusions. Please do not worry. Akaban agreed. Regarding the speciality class, he didn't plan to find other innate talents besides taijutsu. Like taijutsu class. Among the 3 people who can use the 8 inner gates, they have the same characteristic except for taijutsu, their other innate talents are not very good. Because of this, they can concentrate on physical skills and force themselves to train and become stronger. As for the illusion, there are not many genjutsu specializations, but he only wants to train servers for his future plan, so he is not very demanding on who will become one, as even an ordinary ninja who can use ordinary illusion proficiently is already enough. As for teaching issues, Shinyai has mastered the rough illusory domain, and he will guide him for a while, and it is estimated that he will be able to take up the role of a teacher in the contemporary class. The 3rd Hokage had not read the Naruto update and did not guess Akaban's plan, so he nodded and approved. After that, Utatane Koharu raised a few more things, all about the preparation department. Meizazu Hyuga listened on the sidelines and did not make any comments. Until the end, he said, I heard that Akaban has a kind of illusion called the virtual game. Can he set up a special training class based on this? Akaban's face turned pale when he heard it, and he quickly said, this is more difficult. But I will consider a reconnaissance team if I am strong enough. Training reconnaissance requires the help of the 5 senses. Therefore, to set up a reconnaissance class, Akaban must personally train the students. He doesn't have that much free time. Well, then it's fine. Meizazu Hyuga didn't know Akaban very well. Seeing Akaban's answer, he really thought there was such a condition. Hiruzen on the other hand are naturally aware of what Akaban can do, but there must be a degree of persecution. The preparation department establishes early stage and needs various things, so Akaban has no time to deal with the reconnaissance team. That's why he didn't say anything this time. That being the case, my lord, let me leave first. Hiruzen nodded, indicating that he could leave. After all, Akaban is only 12 or 13 years old, and if he really wants to give him an important task, regardless of whether he is competent or not, some people in the village may also criticize it. For the time being, this is already the maximum extent. Akaban nodded slightly. Walking out of Hokage building, he was thinking about the meeting just now. The Anbu was already dispatched to the country of the Vortex. This is the face of war. The Reconnaissance and Surveillance Department of the country of River, the Village Reserve Department, are reserves for another war. When the real war broke out, everyone in the Reserve Department would go to the battlefield, including him, Kurama Akaban. Fortunately, I have drawn a lot recently, and I have accumulated some points. Akaban sighed softly in his heart. The update has been very fast in the last 2 days, so the points have skyrocketed, and more than 2,600 points have been accumulated on the system panel. These points are enough to exchange perception ability, healing and strengthening himself at the same time. Perception is very important. With this ability, both his survival and attack are extremely helpful, so returning to the lounge of the comic shop, he directly exchanged for the enhancement of his perception ability. 1,000 deductions. Subsequently, the power of the system began to show off. There was no change in his body, but Akaban felt that his mental control seemed to be more refined, and at the same time his sense of surroundings became clearer. As long as he closes his eyes, he can sense changes in the surrounding situation. Almost half of the village. Akaban took a deep breath, and then quickly gathered his perception abilities. This is not the limit. The reason why there is only half the scope of the village is that he dare not probe Senju clan with his perception ability. Because if Uzumaki Mito senses it, it would definitely be bad. Although there is more ability in his panel from the Uzumaki clan, like their healing ability, which is quite powerful, which needed to bite on their own skin to be treated. As far as the healing ability is concerned, it is even stronger than many medical ninjutsu in the future. However, when he thinks that his body is covered with other people's tooth marks, Akaban can't help but feel a chill. Even if he can treat himself as well, he still cannot bear it. There are more than 1,500 points left. 1,000 can be exchanged for a one-handed seal, and the remaining 500 adds 2 points of mental power. After the properties came up, the prices became more and more expensive. So tough. Akaban could not help sighing as he watched the points become double digits. Although the One Piece comics had just arrived, and the previous 2 Naruto updates had not been completely digested, and the war began, after Anbu's leaving, the points he received also decreased. Have to keep going. Afterwards, he sorted out the memories in his head. One-handed hand seals are not Kekii Genkai. Many people can also develop this technique through continuous training. Produced by the system, once exchanged, it is in the peak level than the original. One-handed hand seals, Earth style. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the hand seal was successful. Although the speed is a bit slower than the hand seal with both hands, it is quite fast compared to normal people. Akaban returned to the room and got out of the soil. He is quite satisfied with the one-handed hand seals. If this happens, then his future attacks will be very rich. For example, with one hand, he can use Puppet Master Jutsu to control 2 pens, and the other hand seal uses some printed ninjutsu. Or with non-seal ninjutsu, such as Chakra Enhanced Strength, Rasengan. In short, there are many uses. Akaban ignored the clone who was desperately drawing, got up to leave, but just when he was about to walk out of the lounge. Jiraiya. Why is this guy sneaking here? What's the side effect of having a perception of the Uzumaki? Is it becomes a little uncomfortable since something you didn't pay much attention will always be unconsciously perceived. Like now. Akaban didn't pay much attention to it, but Jiraiya was seen by his perception as a beacon. He doesn't know why this guy was hiding behind Kurama Yunlane, looking like he wanted to attack. Yunlane, have you offended Jiraiya recently? Jiraiya. No. Kurama Yunlane looked confused, wondering why Akaban asked. Akaban stomped and said, why are you hiding? Come out. What's the situation? Kurama Yunlane felt it very strange, but in the next second, he was surprised as Jiraiya got out of the soil and suddenly appeared in front of him. He, brother Yunlane, I heard that you have a new comic called Kafirime, can you let me buy it? Jiraiya rubbed his hands like a swindler. Akaban glanced back. Hey, all the 9 comics on the shelf have been bought. There are many gentlemen in Konoha. No. Kurama Yunlane exploded immediately. That was the last one, and Izumi Yamano came over in the afternoon and he asked him. There are only 10 copies on Konoha, and the rest will only be shipped abroad for sale. How can a limited edition treasure be handed over? Don't be like that, please brother Yunlane, it is definitely a masterpiece, it means a lot to me, besides, don't you hate this kind of comics the most? Jiraiya also jumped up, full of indignation and sorrow. If it hadn't been for the Toad Immortal that locked him in Miaomu Mountain these days, he would not have returned to Konoha until now, let alone just know that the new Kafirime has just been released. Who said I hate it? I just hate your very poor comic. Kurama Yunlane didn't change his mind as he roared. Akaban, who was listening, understood everything now, because Jiraiya can't get the comic in a good way, he planned to steal it as he waited until the soil using his earth jutsu. He glanced at them, then past Jiraiya, planning to leave. But Jiraiya immediately grabbed him. What are you doing? Please convinced him to, I'm willing to pay 10 times the price. Jiraiya also pleaded with a stern face. Akaban is helpless, it's just an outdated R18 comic, and he was so desperate to get it. He pondered for a moment, looked at Kurama Yunlane, then glanced at him, and then said. I can't tell him to sell it to you since this comic belongs to brother Yunlane, but you can rent it out. Rent. Jiraiya also hesitated. Since it's just borrowing, and it can't be counted as his. In addition, such a comic, staying in Kurama Yunlane's hands is simply recklessly waste of natural resources. Che, why are you hesitating? If it weren't for young Master Akaban, if you want to borrow it from, I wouldn't let you borrow it, otherwise you will go to someone who was willing to sell you this book. Kurama Yunlane is straightforward and confident. Although he didn't know the whereabouts of the other 9 books, but it was certain that they came with the transformation jutsu one by one. Konoha is so big, and it is too difficult to find those 9 books. As for where Jiraiya learned the book from, Akaban felt that he didn't need to guess too much. Just by looking at his tangled expression, he knew that 99% of it was from the 3rd Hokage. Alright, how much do I pay for me to rent it? Jiraiya also took out his wallet in pain. Even though he was frantically doing tasks some time ago, he didn't actually save much money. Kurama Yunlane stretched out a finger. 1 or 2 ryo. Are you dreaming? 100 ryo. Jiraiya is also dumbfounded, 100 for a day. Why not robbed him his money? Akaban shrugged, expressing helplessness. Things belong to Yunlane, and the price is naturally set by him. This is trading. As for him, he does not discourage or encourage him. Wait a moment, let's me get a few previous update of the comics first. Jiraiya also wanted to say that he would rent it, but he swallowed it halfway through, and then picked from the store to find all the updates that he hadn't seen. Subsequently, he took out several hundred ryo. When I finish reading these updates, I will rent that book. Jiraiya also raced against the clock and immediately picked up a copy that he hadn't read and started to read it. Akaban sat down, but immediately frowned again, as he sat a little further away from Jiraiya, and asked disgustingly, "What kind of smells you have?" Jiraiya also paused for a moment, sniffing himself. Although he didn't smell anything, he knew that he must have that smell, and suddenly said, "It's the smell of toad oil." Toad oil. Toad oil flame bullet. It seems that he is also growing up, so he can't underestimate him. Akaban was amazed in his heart, but at the same time he moved the stool away 2 or 3 steps quietly. Because the smell of toad oil is a bit strong. It's okay to get used to it. Jiraiya was helpless. In order to increase his strength, he had long given up on the taste and morals all the worms were eaten, not to mention just being with toad oil. As he spoke, he began to read the comics. After a few days, he has fallen behind as the comic got updated a lot, so he can read 4 volumes at once. Not long after reading it, his eyes lit up. This girl front the Sound Village is also very cute, and Ino is so beautiful. Wow, this technique, I have a sense of the picture. Jiraiya also read for a while, and probably saw Ino enter the girl body with a secret jutsu and control the opponent's body, but obviously what he thought in his head was not as pure as the comics. Just use this plot in the next volume. Jiraiya is also very excited. Just thinking about it, he felt very touched. Soon he finished reading the whole chapter, except for looking at those female characters that made him read a little slower. The rest he turned the page in almost a few seconds, very quickly. Until the battle between Sakura and Ino, he became excited again. Wow, the 2 sisters are very cute, and their sisters are also very nice. Does he read comics or see girls? Not only Kurama Yunlane has doubts, Akaban also feels that his comics are insulted. Obviously it's a normal plot, what did this guy add to his brain after seeing it? After the fight of Hinata and Neji, this guy became excited again. For those who are filthy, everything is filthy as expected. Akaban sighed softly, not planning to continue to accompany him, otherwise he was afraid that he could not help but go up and take the comic back. Jiraiya read it very quickly, with 10 lines in the plot, and only a moment to turn over another volume. But then, in the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara, he finally didn't read it quickly, but read the plot seriously. After reading it, he took a deep breath and sighed, "Akaba, do you know? I really know such a person. He has no talent for ninjutsu or illusion, but he insists on very strict training every day." Oh. Akaban raised his eyebrows after hearing this. He is a very poor but hard-working man. He gets up very early every day and goes to bed very late. Apart from eating, he always on training. Sometimes I don't know the reason for his persistence. The person Jiraiya said is probably Might Dewey. After a moment of silence, Akaban asked, "He has already graduated. He seems to be 1 year younger than me. He should have graduated this year." "Of course. He may not be able to graduate. Jiraiya said in a low expression. There are too many children who cannot graduate because of their lack of talent. Every year, a large proportion of civilians cannot graduate because of this, and then after many years of repeating grades, they are helplessly eliminated as ordinary people. I want to see him. What? Jiraiya also froze for a moment, not understanding what Akaban meant. As stated in the comics, there is another kind of genius in the world, that is, hardworking genius. Even if you don't have a strong talent, you can still become a great ninja as long as you persevere. Akaban said, I want to help him. How can a madman like that spend his time and money reading comics? So Akaban want to meet him face to face and tell Might Dewey this reason. How are you going to help him? Help depends on the method. If it is sympathetic help, perhaps the other party would rather not. Because he didn't know how to help, Jiraiya never intervened in the other's life. Encouragement, opportunity. Akaban said 2 words. 8 inner gates theory is not difficult, but the difficulty is that someone can persevere in training and realize it. People like Might Dewey are the candidates most needed in the Taijutsu's specialty class. Of course. Relying on Might Dewey himself, as long as he knows this theory, he can also develop right inner gates, but compared with a professional researcher with extremely high knowledge reserves like Orochimaru, his method is too simple and crude, and it is easy to make detours. When did you learn the style of Master Danza? Jiraiya also sighed helplessly, and then seized the time to flip through the comic and said, I don't know if we can find him there since it's in the past, but we will talk about it when I finish reading the comics. He didn't know where Might Dewey was every day. Besides, he hadn't come to Konoha for 3 days, so he didn't know what was going on. In addition, he was equally curious. What exactly does Akaban mean by encouragement and opportunity? There was no explanation between the two of them tacitly. A place like a comic shop is crowded with people and some secrets are not suitable for discussion. There are not many updates to One Piece, just a moment, and it will be finished soon. Akaban was not in a hurry. He has nothing to do anyway, even if he goes home. He will not start painting, after all, there is already a clone working there. Until Jiraiya finished reading, he put these comics together. The reference is complete. But the most precious one. He looked at Kurama Yun with some eagerness, but when he thought of the price of 100 Ryo in 1 day, his face suddenly collapsed. How about it, do you want to borrow it? Kurama Yun laughed weirdly. This guy will definitely borrow it. Tomorrow, I'll come back tomorrow. Jiraiya was also very reluctant, but today he has to help Akaban find the young man who only knows Taijutsu. He has no time to read and study the precious book, so he can only leave for now and borrow it tomorrow. Poor. With that sad and unwilling look, Akaban couldn't help but hesitate. For just a comic. But after thinking about it, he still didn't let Jiraiya go to the factory to get it. The rent book may inspire him to struggle more and let him learn the essence of comics faster, which is also an incentive. Let's go, let's find that person. Jiraiya also packed up the comics in his hand. Wait a second. Akaban stopped for a moment as he packed the entire chapters of Naruto, and then sealed it in the sealed scroll. Let's go. Although it is inappropriate to disturb people while training, he may be interested in the offer. He followed in the footsteps of Jiraiya. We civilians live in a relatively rudimentary place, don't mind it. Jiraiya said as he led the way, and his tone was relatively low. After walking for a while, he stopped and said solemnly, Akaba, maybe I am so skeptical as a friend, but I still hope, if you are only out of sympathy for a while, then please don't disturb his life. Ninja is not a good profession. If the child didn't have the talent of a ninja, but Akaban helped him to become a ninja, then death might be waiting for him. It was not when Jiraiya had just graduated, he had realized how dangerous a ninja is. I will explain, lest you misunderstand. Akaban whispered, the ninja preparatory department will soon be established. I am going to establish a special taijutsu class to help these ninjas who have little talent in ninjutsu and illusion so that they can become equally excellent ninjas through physical skills. Jiraiya was stunned for a long time, and then he walked and pondered. He has heard some news about the preparation department, and he is not ignorant of it, but the taijutsu specialty class is the first time he has heard of it. After thinking for a long time, he asked, what about on teacher's side? Agreed, just past the afternoon meeting, I will start the recruitment of the preparation department in the next few days. That's great. Jiraiya may have some slips and pranks at ordinary times, but at this moment, he is sincerely happy as a ninja with a civilian origin and no outstanding talent. No one knows the difficulty of civilians better than Jiraiya. There is no expert guidance, no ninjutsu inheritance, and some even their parents died in the war and grew up on village relief. If they want to stand out in that environment, unless it is a peerless genius like Orochimaru, it is too difficult. Of course, he himself was very lucky. Not only did he become a student of the third Hokage, but he was also favored by Mount Mibaku and learned the inheritance of a sacred place like Mount Mibaku. These are the dreams of many civilian children. I wouldn't help him out of sympathy, but I really needed someone like him to implement my ideas. Akaban understood Jiraiya's thoughts. Ninjas are very dangerous. An unqualified ninja may affect not only himself but the entire team. The two walked along the street, all the way to the civilian area. Konoha is very strong, and the welfare of the villagers is quite good. It will not allow them to live in the run-down houses of the slums, but the appearance is relatively simple, and the decoration is different from those of the families or wealthy families. I don't know that guy, but he also lives here. Generally speaking, he will run back to cook in the afternoon, and the time is almost up. Jiraiya also sat down on the street. Akaban nodded, sat down with him, and the two looked outside together, waiting for the boy to return. A few ordinary people passed by and saw Jiraiya and Akaban. They wanted to come up and ask, but they hesitated and left. After nearly half an hour, someone came and asked, Jiraiya, are you sitting here with him? Uncle Aang, yes, we are waiting for the boy who has been training. Jiraiya also said. Uncle Aang thought for a long time, and a boy appeared in his mind, and then asked, are you talking about Dewey? Uncle, do you know him? The kid can't train today, he seems to have hurt his foot. Uncle Aang sighed. He is just a child, and he hasn't eaten well, but he always trains so hard every day, so something will happen sooner or later. Then do you know where his family lives? Akaban asked immediately. What are you going to do? Although he was from the same village, Akaban's dress looked like that kind of family disciple, so Uncle Aang looked a little wary. Uncle Aang, don't get him wrong, Akaban is not malicious. On the contrary, we came to help Dewey. Jiraiya also quickly explained. Help. Uncle Aang was startled slightly and looked at them. If it is Akaban who said that, he would definitely doubt it, but since it is Jiraiya, he didn't think Jiraiya would lie to him. So after thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Come with me." Akaban noticed that he was carrying a basket of herbs in his hand, all of which were freshly picked, which seemed to be wound medicine for Donning. They followed Uncle Ang, and not long after, the three of them walked to a bungalow. "This is Dewey's house, I'll knock on the door." Uncle Ang walked up and knocked on the door. After a while, the door was opened. A little boy leaned on one foot to the open door with one foot arched. Seeing the person in front of the door, he was stunned for a moment, and then gratefully said, "Uncle Ang, thank. It's all my own, don't say these extravagant words." Uncle Ang supported him. Then he turned his head and called Akaban and Jiraiya, "Come here too." Akaban followed and walked in. Might Dewey home was very simple, but the kitchen and dishes were all available, but it seemed that his food was quite simple, and the recipes were probably not rich. Dewey was helped and sat down, and he hesitated for a while and asked, "Uncle Ang, they are? My name is Jiraiya and I live next to your house. I know that you are still a disciple of the third Hokage Sama, and like Orochimaru-kun, you are a genius among our common people." Dewey's tone was full of envy. But his words made Jiraiya a little ashamed. "Genius? What a genius at my level. My name is Kurama Akaban. Apart from the identity of the Kurama family, I am also a training instructor for the Ninja Preparation Department." Akaban got up and introduced himself. Ninja Preparation Department. Uncle Ang and Might Dewey were stunned at the same time. They had never heard of this department. It's a new department that will only be announced recently and is responsible for training ninjas who graduated from Ninja Academy. Graduation. I may not be able to graduate. Might Dewey's face was grey. His ninjutsu and illusion are in a mess, and only taijutsu can be considered passable, but if he only knows taijutsu, isn't it a hindrance to becoming a ninja? His mentality at this moment is different from that of more than 20 years later. The injured Dewey was full of despair. Someone once said that even if you only know taijutsu, you can become a great ninja. I have heard about you. I think you have the potential to become a great ninja. After Akaban finished speaking, he was very confident in his heart. Jiraiya stared at him blankly. This guy is really shameless. He clearly said it in his own comics, but he insisted on saying it was someone. Also a great ninja. Might Dewey didn't feel enthusiastic after hearing it but rather doubted his life. A great ninja. Me. It seems to have no effect. Akaban was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "There is a special class in the Ninja Preparation Department. And I plan to invite you to join." "Really?" Might Dewey's eyes brighten. Akaban sighed again in his heart. Sure enough, he didn't have any talent for talking jutsu like Naruto, so he still had to throw the benefits directly to impress people. At this point, he continued, "Yes, I need you." "My lord, is this true?" But his body. Uncle Ang was sincerely happy, but at the same time worried that Dewey's injured leg would cause trouble. "Please rest assured, we have ninjas who are professionally researching medical jutsu. It is not difficult to cure leg strains like this." After Akaban finished speaking, fearing that they were worried about money, he added, "As a ninja in the preparation department, we will not charge you. You can rest assured." "That's great." Uncle Wang is happy for Might Dewey. It is better to be guided by someone than to train blindly, so the possibility of Might Dewey being injured will also be reduced. "By the way, it just happened that you were injured. This comic, I will give to you to relieve your boredom. Maybe it will give you a little inspiration." Akaban takes out the Naruto comic from the sealed scroll. After delivering the comics, he stood up. Since his goal that was to invite Dewey to the Taijutsu class are already done, he planned to leave, but when he was about to depart he thought for a while and said, "Yes, if there are people who are just like you who are not good at ninjutsu and illusion, but are very hard-working as you can also recommend it to me. Like me." "I understand, thank you." Dewey bowed. "Then, uncle, we'll leave first without disturbing you. It may take a few days for Dewey's injury to be treated, so don't worry. The unit has been very busy lately and can't make any moves at all, so I'll talk about it later. Uncle Aang, we'll go first." Jiraiya also waved. You guys go slowly." Uncle Aang smiled brilliantly. It was great that Dewey could get help from these two people. "I'll go tell them right away, let them train with me and join the Taijutsu speciality class." Might Dewey got up, trying to find those classmates who were like him. He wants to tell them that even if they only know Taijutsu, they still have a chance to become a ninja. However, before he got up, he was held back by Uncle Aang. "If you are good to them, don't tell them the truth. When your body recovers later, ask them who is willing to train with you. And after some time, you can see who is left before you can report to Lord Akaban." This, well, I see. Comics. A tangled look flickered in Mike Dewey's eyes. He has seen this thing before since all his hard-working classmates originally bought it and read it whenever it was updated. This is poison for him, but since Akaban gave it. "You should take a look, anyway, since you hurt your foot and can't train for the time being, let yourself rest." Uncle Aang touched his head. "Oh, that's right." Mike Dewey picked up the first book and slowly began to read it. The story is very exciting, especially for people like Dewey who have never read comics. It is extremely lethal, but for a moment he likes this kind of comics. When Uncle Aang left, Mike Dewey didn't notice it. It was a rude thing, but Uncle Aang was very happy. This child was finally willing to rest. If it's in the past, he would train in an upside-down way with a leg injury. In short, he would not waste time resting. Mike Dewey was fascinated. The story above moved him very much. Naruto, as the lowest ranking, initially can't even use clone and transformed combination ninjutsu, but later it is visible in the plot how he grows rapidly at the speed that he can't imagine. Of course, those who are familiar with the following plot will understand that this is a bite of poisonous chicken soup. Naruto is not without talent, on the contrary, his talent is very powerful, but there is a nine-tailed beast in his body that causes trouble. But at least for now, Dewey was deeply moved. After reading what Naruto said, he became firmer in his statement of striving to change fate. After that, Mike Dewey saw Lee appear. The child was like him and did not know how to use ninjutsu or genjutsu. If it were not clear that Akaban did not recognize himself before, he might narcissistically think that it was drawn according to him. "You can't even use ninjutsu, how can you be a ninja?" "I can do it." The dialogue between Rock Lee and his classmates seemed to be a copy of himself and those companions of his. No one is optimistic about him, including himself. There are geniuses who work hard. You must have confidence before you will be rewarded for your hard work. Sentences of comic lines are deeply imprinted in Mike Dewey's heart. Can he really be a ninja if he doesn't know ninjutsu and genjutsu? Dewey asked this himself with suspicion before, but at this moment, he is extremely firm. Even if he only knows taijutsu skills, he can become a great ninja. "Senior Akaban, I fully understand what you mean. Might Dewey was very moved, and was full of motivation in an instant. Well, in order to repay the predecessor's respect, I will start handstand training immediately. Handstand while doing 200 push-ups, no time to eat. As a result, he quickly dropped the comics and began to exercise like Guy and Rock Lee in the comics. Akaban would be pleased to know the current situation. It's not that his talk jutsu is useless, but Might Dewey's reaction is slower than others. When Dewey was recruited, the squad leader of the Taijutsu specialty class was considered. Might Dewey can spend 20 years alone in mastering his 8 inner gates. There must be his innate talent. With him as the commander, his pressure can be reduced by 90%. Plus Shiminara. Well, it seems that after becoming a training instructor, it doesn't take much time. Early the next day, Akaban got up and strolled along the street. It's not that he can't sleep, as long as no one disturbs him, he can sleep from night to the next day. But there is always something that makes him have to crawl out of his den. The preparation department announced that the job fair should also be on the agenda, and some advance preparations should also be done. For the time being, Akaban is a polished commander. Although Nohara Cheng agreed to be a teacher in the theory class, he didn't know what a job fair was at all, and at most he would come and fight. That's why the main task has to be completed by himself. But today, when most of the ninjas are training in the morning class, he wants to see if he can catch a few good guys. Every morning, most ninjas run along the periphery of Konoha for exercise. Akaban walked along the periphery for a short while and saw 3 or 4 familiar people. Some of them are shinobi in the village, and some are his friends. For example, Inuzuka Ishii, who he caught now. Why should I help you? You treated us Inuzuka so maliciously in your comics. Inuzuka Ishii was very dissatisfied. Being stunned by farts, this matter has attracted great attention from the clan, and it is Akaban who is responsible for everything. Well, it's all for the village. Besides, I help you find defects in your technique, you should be grateful to me. Akaban smiled slightly. Flaws? No, we won't be stupid enough to pick up the enemies, that position. Inuzuka Ishii said angrily. Maybe anyone can develop the technique of shit escape. Akaban was full of nonsense. The reason for catching Inuzuka Ishii to ask him for help is that he is more leisurely. Talents like Narashimi and Yorishin are either valued by various departments, or they have a family arrangement that cannot fundamentally shake their direction. But Inuzuka Ishii is different. He has a kind-hearted personality and is not decisive enough to be a ninja. Therefore, there are not many departments that fancy him, so he can start just now. Nonsense, how could there be such a boring ninjutsu? Is that so? Then let me show you. Shit escapes, shit flows in a big river. As Akaban finishes his sentence, his hands quickly make a hand seal. His hand seal technique is impressively the mark of the earth jutsu, but in essence, it is death mirage jutsu. Inuzuka Ishii was terrified and immediately shouted, "No, no. I'm just kidding, but as a genin, you still have to join me when the preparatory department is established. It's better to come and help first. So when you return to the establishment of genin, your competitiveness will be greater." Akaban said lightly. Inuzuka Ishii knew very well in his heart that someone like Akaban had better not say a word to him. Because as long as you talk to him, you will start to fall into the other party's trap. However, everyone knows the truth, but when it comes to actual combat, they will still be tricked unconsciously. How can I increase my competitiveness? As a ninja, you must not only improve your strength, better exercise your own leadership and social skills, and this new department is an internal organization that provides you with the ability to train your command and leadership. That's right. This set of rules is the student union in the previous university. Afterwards, Akaban began to fiddle with the benefits of joining the department, such as training his abilities, becoming a qualified ninja, and getting to know more people blah blah blah. And it didn't take long for Inuzuka Ishii to take the bait. Well, it sounds interesting. Then you are the first member of the Genin meeting, and I will notify you of specific activities another day. Akaban smiled, then waved, as he left. No, Inuzuka Ishii froze for a moment, and when he saw that the person had disappeared, he suddenly doubted his life. How could I agree? I'm so stupid, really. He knew that Akaban would fool people, he still listened to him as he continued. When he saw that guy, he should leave. Now I have agreed, I can only bite the bullet. Akaban left instantly and continued to use his perceptual abilities to find someone he could start with. In the morning, he found 7 or 8 familiar faces, some of which seemed to be former classmates, and a few who often came to the store to buy comics. Using his slick tongue, it didn't take long for him to make them agree. With his work done, go for dinner. Akaban clapped his hands, preparing to leave. If he was at home, he would eat breakfast at home, but after he came out, he would eat it outside. Since it would be too tiring to go back and it will take a lot of time. He bought some sushi on the street of the comic shop and was about to return to the shop. But stopped as he saw a familiar guy on his side. Narashimi was sitting beside him with a look of sleepiness, and then lazily placed an order with the shop owner, then turned around and said to Akaban, "You are looking for your helper early in the morning. Is the preparation department about to open? I can't hide it from you, are you interested in helping?" Akaban stuffed a piece in his mouth. "I don't want to, but you have already dragged me into the water." After speaking, he took out the comic book from underneath. This is just something he bought, and it seems to be an update sent today. Akaban glanced at the cover, then slapped with one hand lazily, looking tired. Yesterday's battle update was very wonderful and commendable, but Shikamaru, why not change his sword to a position that is not commonly used by individuals, such as to the left so that it can be more clever? Shimi said while reading. He is similar to Sakumo in terms of the plot. He can understand a little bit of the follow-up content based on his own guesses, and he won't be surprised when he read it again. It's just that in shadow imitation, he has more ghost ideas than anyone else. Because he is lazy, think about it, if you can solve a battle that can be solved by bending over, why take a lot of work to practice your non-dominant hands? Akaban spoke slowly. Shimi was very embarrassed and forgot that the other party was lazy. He thought about it for a moment, and then thought of a way. You can put it on the chest or waist, anyway, you can put it in a position that is not commonly used by others. That's possible, but he hasn't met an unsolvable enemy yet. Akaban explained. Shikamaru's character is lazy and intelligent, which allows him to complete most of the tasks and battles with his brain and command during the early period. In fact, Shikamaru's fastest growing period was after Asuma's death. At that time, he truly realized his powerlessness. That's it, I forgot to consider the impact of personality and overall situation. Shimi pondered for a moment, accepting this answer. At this moment, his eyes stopped. According to this thickness, it should be the content of chapter 88. There is a lot of info in this. Akaban's mouth raised slightly. Shimi looked shocked, and then took a deep breath and said, Although it's only a comic, this kind of plot is too exaggerated. He turned the manga around, and pointed his finger at the line Orochimaru said, although I doubt it would be any fun to kill that feeble old geezer. The old geezer undoubtedly refers to the third Hokage. Killing. This amount of information is huge. The peaceful village is very peaceful and comfortable, but if you only know the peace, you can't know the dangers of the outside world. In the end, it can only be a group of greenhouse flowers, which are finally eliminated by the ninja. Of course, it is wrong to be too extreme. The Orochimaru in the comics is not the Orochimaru they know, so it is not surprising to choose this method. Shimi fell into silence, some of which he could not agree with. He didn't speak and continued to turn the page, seeing Orochimaru's conversation with Kabuto, and suddenly fell into thought. Peace is too long, other shinobi villages are getting stronger and stronger. If Konoha maintains a peaceful pace, they might really be eliminated in the end. Kabuto and Orochimaru in the comics are both very complicated people. Shimi sighed for a while and put the book together. The sushi is here, he has to eat first. Hey, you two are really alike. Every time you come to me, the sushi you bought and your sitting posture are very similar. If I didn't know that one of you is from the Kurama clan and the other is from the Nara clan, I would doubt that you are brothers. The shopkeeper joked kindly. Who wants to be like this slacker? Akaban and Shimi stiffened slightly, and thought in their hearts, and then quickly changed their sitting positions. After changing their positions, the two awkwardly discovered that their action similarity reached more than 99%. Ha 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 ha. The boss let out a hearty laugh. What a pleasure. Boss, in fact, we are not alike at all. I'm just tired. He is really lazy. Akaban's face was not red, as he said it shamelessly. Anyway, Konoha recognizes that the Kurama clan is weak and sickly, and the owner of a sushi restaurant as an ordinary person does not know that his body is actually strong enough to fight a bear. Shimi curled his lips and stuffed a piece of sushi in it. He decided not to care about Akaban, it was too time-consuming and meaningless. After finally eating, Shimi opened the comic book and continued reading without waiting for the boss to clean up. The plot here surprised him a bit, so he read it very carefully. As for Akaban, he suddenly remembered one thing at this time. Yesterday, he visited Dewey, but he forgot about the previous agreement with the third Hokage that the key content should be reviewed by him first. Is this considered key content? I was too busy yesterday, and my shadow clone didn't remind me. Forget it, anyway, the patch has been applied, and the problem is not big. Akaban struggled for a moment and quickly recovered calmly. Anyway, this is the end of the matter, and all the comics cannot be destroyed. This is a way to hide your ears. Of course. The most important thing is that it is too tiring and he was too lazy to do it, and it is meaningless. Shimi repeatedly read the plot of Orochimaru and Kabuto again. These two roles were too complicated, so he couldn't help but study them in depth. After a long time, he said in a puzzled manner, according to the realistic background, Orochimaru is a disciple of the third Hokage, so why did he become a rebellious person? What's the point of war? This is something he doesn't understand. Now that you have become a traitor, why do you do these unnecessary things? If Konoha has been slacking off and is eventually provoked by war and annexation by the rest of the ninja nations, isn't it what rebels want to see most? Then there is Kabuto. This character at first was genuine for 7 years and later revealed his true identity as the spy of Hidden Sound Village. Now it's different again. Orochimaru is obviously defensive against Kabuto, so what identity does Kabuto have? Is it possible that he is still the spy that Konoha has sent to him? Too complicated. Shimi frowned, a little confused about the situation of these two characters. There are too few clues, and just based on the clues that appear in the current plot, there is no way to guess the true situation of the two. Forget it, it's too tiring to think so much, wait for the follow-up. Shimi sighed inwardly. Afterwards, he continued to read. The plot returned to the Chunin exam. After Rock Lee lost, the last group quickly completed the game. So up to now, the list of all participants is officially released. The official competition is a knockout system, divided into two groups, but the strength of these two groups is too unbalanced. Aside from the protagonist, Neji, Sasuke and Gaara are the hottest candidates for the championship. It is not fair to group them in one group. There is nothing unfair. If you can win, you can go to the end even in this group. If you can't win, you can only say that it's your fault for not being strong enough. Moreover, the Chunin exam itself is not for the purpose of winning, but to examine the overall quality of the ninja and leadership. Shimi has never participated in the Chunin exam. Although he is smart, he lacks an understanding of the Chunin exam system. Therefore, Shimi shook his head slightly, indicating that he could not understand. In this case, what is the point of trying to get the first place? He did not ask, so Akaban did not answer but got up to go back. Shimi took the book and read the comics as he followed. Although the subsequent plot is not as exciting as the previous fight, he is curious who will teach Naruto. Kakashi? Or is it the guy named Ebisu? Shimi thought. If Naruto can master chakra's control skills, with his physical strength and chakra volume, with his chakra alone, he can bully most of his opponents. However, Ebisu, is this guy really reliable? It wasn't that Shimi looked down upon special Jonin, but it's because this guy had been defeated by the seduction jutsu several times, and it was really not like the concentration that a Jonin should have. Too bad. Especially in the next second, the picture turned back to the bath. Even though Ebisu said it was high-sounding, why dare to cross the Thunder Pond half a step and never let it go? Shouldn't it be better to go to the river to practice treading water? It is said that Naruto is forced to grasp the temperature of the hot springs quickly, but in fact, he still has other ideas in his heart. Shimi speculated maliciously. But in the next second, he saw a familiar figure appeared in the comic. The body shape, hairstyle and age are different, but he doesn't know why. The first time he sees this character, he will unconsciously think of a figure in his mind. He quickly walked up, pointed at the wretched figure and asked, "Is it Jiraiya?" It seems that the insignificance from the past seems to be recognized. Akaban smiled knowingly. No matter what form he becomes, as long as you see such a nasty action, they will immediately think of Jiraiya. Of course, that kind of comic he wrote, HMMP, it's embarrassing to say that I've seen such a comic book and more than that. Some time ago I saw an elder who bought work from Shinosuke. That one really is. Hearing the kafir rhyme, Akaban couldn't help being a little surprised. After all, there were only 10 copies of that comic circulating in Konoha. Not only that, but this guy can still explode the facts he has seen so calmly. Shimi obviously didn't think there was any problem with what he said, after all. Speaking of which, that Shinosuke is you, right? Oh. Akaban was taken aback for a moment. It was obvious that his painting style and style of work were completely different. You can't hide it from me. Although the style is completely different, I know you have the habit of making the shadow clones work. Although each shadow clone has the same memory, personality, etc., the difference in consciousness leads to subtle deviations in the individual. Shimi said lightly. His meaning is obvious. Shinosuke is Akaban, and the short comic is from his shadow clone. Let's go back and discuss the job fair. Akaban didn't deny that, for these guys who maliciously speculate on others, no matter how he explains them, they will not believe him. After all, now in the world, only Akaban is the strongest subject of comics, and people like this kind of comics can unconsciously remind people of him. What's more, the comics are indeed drawn by his shadow clone. Hey, a person who is too good is like a beacon at night, there is no way to hide it. Akaban was also very troubled about this. Speaking of Jiraiya, what is that guy doing recently? I haven't seen him for a long time. Some time ago he went to Mount Myoboku, which is where these great toads in the comics are. Now, probably, studying painting skills. The two chatted while walking. For things like the preparation department, it is obviously not appropriate to talk directly in public. It is better to find some topics to chat about and ease the embarrassing atmosphere. His painting skills. So that's how it is. I remember that those paintings were all sold out. And the other was in foreign countries. The Nara clan is mainly responsible for the sale of medicinal materials, and all countries have their caravans. In fact, apart from the medical treatments related to chakra, the Nara clan is currently the most powerful in terms of medical treatment. He borrowed it from Yunlang, 100 ryo a day. The two returned to the comic shop, so the topic stopped here. However, Shimi was obviously a little surprised by the price. 100 ryo for a day, and Jiraiya agreed to it. That guy's enthusiasm for art is really incredible. To ensure that it won't leak, I want to use illusion on you. Let's talk in an illusion, can you understand? Come on, I'm already prepared. As soon as Shimi's voice fell, Akaban quickly painted and completed the operation. Then, the illusion arises. The scene in the illusion is the street that Konoha is familiar with. Shimi looked around, then fixed his eyes on the central table, chairs, and bulletin. Recruitment. Genjutsu ninja above Chunin. Taijutsu ninja above Chunin. Looking from the top down, it is all recruitment information. In some detail columns, the requirements are also marked. For example, Genjutsu. Genjutsu is required to have delicate controllability but does not require compatibility. In other words, even if you can't use it in combat, as long as you are good at illusion, you can apply for it. So that's how it is. You plan to openly and voluntarily invite ninjas to join the preparation department in the form of recruitment. Shimi said as he was lost in thought. The advantage of this kind of recruitment is that it is free and open, and it will not arrange for a ninja to come. As a result, people are unwilling to do teaching work. The disadvantages are also obvious. The recruiter will be very tired, and if no one wants to do this job, it will be embarrassing. After thinking about it for a moment, Shimi asked, then what do I need to do? Help me organize the information. There is a group of Chunin in Konoha who have lost their original positions due to changes in power, so there may be a lot of applicants, but I only need one for each position, so. Akaban explained halfway through, seeing Shimi's expression, knowing that the other party probably understood it. Shimi sat on the floor and said painfully, it's really troublesome work, can't you change it? Of all the people I know, you are most sensitive to data and information and have the strongest computing ability. Although it is impolite to analyze the abilities of other people in the form of data, I still hope that you can select them based on their information. The best candidate. Akaban explained. "I see. Shimi waved his hand to let him dispel the illusion. The illusion is lifted. Narashimi stood up, and then some sleepiness surged, and said, "I'll go first. The specific time the day after tomorrow, please tell me in advance after planning." "Don't worry, I will inform you. Now that there are people who do miscellaneous and data processing, job fairs can start at any time. What is lacking is just reporting and borrowing venues. It seems that I still have to go to the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, this is a report from Kurama Akaban, who asked me to pass it over to the reserve department." One Chunin entered the office. He is a Chunin who is in charge of guarding the door, holding a scroll in his hand. "Akaba." Hiruzen froze for a moment, and then took the scroll. "Then, just take a look." He glanced at the Chunin who was about to leave, stopped him and said, "Wait." Then, Hiruzen quickly made a hand seal and used the technique of a telescope to see downstairs. And sure enough, the gatekeeper Chunin is still there. Cough. Just kidding, just kidding." Akaban smiled and changed back to his original appearance. "Boy, you think you can play me like that?" Hiruzen sneered. On the desk is the Naruto that was updated this morning, and the pages of the book are obviously turned over. But now, he didn't mention the comics but read the contents of the report very carefully, but after reading the whole article, he didn't quite understand it. "What are you doing?" "Job fair, open recruitment of ninjas willing to teach," Akaban replied. Hiruzen frowned. "Job fair? This kind of system might disrupt the ninjas' work assignments." He buckled the table and said with a headache, "What are you going to do?" "It's very simple. I don't know many people. The ninjas in the clan have their own tasks. They can only openly select people and choose those who are capable." Akaban pulled the side stool over. Standing is too tiring. At first he wanted to deceive Hiruzen by using the transformation jutsu and then took the opportunity to slip away. But he didn't expect to be seen through, so he could only stay and listen to his lecture. "You brat has so many tricky ideas. If you do this, our work is going to be very difficult to do," Hiruzen said dissatisfied. "I have inspected the reorganization of the guards. Some Chunins are unwilling to participate in the work of the guards. The main target of my recruitment this time is Chunin. For the ninjas above Special Jounin, our reserve department wouldn't need it. Akaban himself is Special Jounin, so if he needs to recruit another Special Jounin, did he need to order the Special Jounin or the Special Jounin will order him? That's why Chunin is a very good choice. Their ability is more than enough, and their level is lower than his own, so the command will not be disrupted by others. Forget it, there are only a few positions anyway, the impact is not big," Hiruzen said as his brain was in pain. Not only was Akaban afraid that they would add tasks to himself, but they were also afraid of Akaban causing trouble. It was the early stage war, and as a result, there was a job fair. In addition, his son Shinosuke was also giving him a headache. Because some time ago, his son suddenly asked him for a chakra weapon with money and drawings of it. Ninja needs the ninja tool, which is not altogether inexcusable, and even Hiruzen has some self-blame. After all, such weapons as fathers should be considered, but they are ignored because they have been busy. However, when he saw the blueprint, he didn't have any blame for himself because what was in there was a pan and it should be created with precious materials. Is the pan the only weapon in the world? Needless to say, the reason for this kind of weird idea is no one but Akaban. As for the truth, Hiruzen has no way of understanding. More than that, there is also the arrival of the new update of the comics. No, I can't think about it, my head hurts again. Looking at Hiruzen, whose faces are getting more and more ugly, Akaban quickly said, "You don't need to be angry, or else your blood pressure will get high." Ha ha ha, speaking of high blood pressure. I bought this update today and I saw that my disciple wanted to take my head. Did I fail as a teacher? Hiruzen became angrier as he thought about it, and couldn't help but pat the table. My lord, you can't just see that he wants to kill you without seeing the words behind him. Akaban was wronged. Orochimaru is bad, but the nature of the characters is complex and varied. His plan for Konoha's collapse is not just about destroying Konoha or getting Sasuke. What? I only saw my disciple want to kill me. Hiruzen is extremely angry. No need to talk. Akaban was silent for a moment, and decided to excuse himself from another angle. You didn't know what Orochimaru wanted before, just like you didn't know what Jiraiya wanted. Does Orochimaru care about the position of a Hokage? In the comics, he cared for a while. But Akaban felt that he didn't care most of the time. After all, Orochimaru's pursuit is immortality, and also the vast world of ninjutsu. Why does he care about the position of a Hokage? Probably the reason still lies in the third Hokage. He has many expectations for Orochimaru and only he knows about it. Hiruzen fell silent. Besides, do you know what Tsunade wants? Akaban asked again. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to be silent because he couldn't answer. Among his 3 disciples, he paid the least attention to Tsunade, because Tsunade has the Senju clan as her backing, and there are very few places where she needs his help, followed by Jiraiya, and is most concerned about Orochimaru. But the irony is that until Danza went to Hidden Sand Village for a mission, he didn't know that Orochimaru was cooperating with Danza to do experimental research work in Anbu. Hiruzen was silent, picking up the comic and continuing to read from that page. Although it is only a comic, the meaning contained in it is perfused by the author, and he is very angry because of this. The disciple he most valued, after rebelling against their ninja village, wanted to come back and kill himself and take off his head. At that moment, he doubted life. How many failed teachers will have this ending? After reading everything, Hiruzen found that there was another page behind, and he turned back and saw a page of testimonials. In the Chunin exams, I encountered a hot water ninja. It is said that Hidden Hot Water Village is a peaceful village, where, at the beginning of the testimony, he recounted what happened to Akaban Chunin's exam. Then he expressed his views on peace, as well as the analysis and explanation of the situation in the plot. After reading everything, he fell into deep thought. Of course, he was not thinking about the peace of the hot water village. For that kind of model to work, the world has all imitated it long ago. Will it still be necessary to wait until today? What Hiruzen is thinking about is the Hidden Whirlpools village. After the war, the ninja world has been peaceful for more than a year, and the combat power of the village has picked up slightly, which is exactly what Akaban said in the comics. Peace is too difficult, too difficult. More than that, the Jasshinists inside. He pondered for a long time and solemnly asked, the hot water ninja who believes in Jashin you mentioned has a strong recovery ability. Is it true? Yes, there is a chakra in his body that can help him recover quickly, and if you want to grow this chakra, you must torture others to perform that kind of evil god ritual, otherwise it will slowly disappear. Akaban naturally ignored the situation where they deliberately allowed each other to kill the other party and only talked about the results of the research of Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, there is such an evil sort in the ninja world. Hiruzen took a breath. The Jashinists exist solely for the purpose of killing and have no other purpose at all. The scariest thing is that Konoha didn't know anything before. They may be more cautious in doing things, specifically picking in a ninja village to start, and their actions are relatively small, so they are unknown. Akaban explained. Under peace, it is really dark and turbulent. Hiruzen sighed softly, and then asked suddenly for no reason, Akaba, are you willing to be my disciple? No, not appropriate. Akaban was dumbfounded for a moment. He bought Danza's summon contract, and got a lot of help from Danza. So if he suddenly changes his teacher, he is afraid that the other party will have a cerebral hemorrhage from anger. Ha 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 ha, I'm just kidding. Hiruzen laughed heartily. Just now he looked at Akaban, and he suddenly understood in his heart why Danza wanted Orochimaru before, and the goods went to Kurama Akaban from the beginning. However, Akaban's character can only be cured by Danza. Thinking of this, Hiruzen suddenly remembered his son's pan. Can't think, my brain hurts. By the way, I went to meet a student named Might DIY yesterday. He is very poor in ninjutsu and genjutsu and cannot graduate. I would like to apply for a special application from you to transfer him to the special training class of the preparatory department. The principal of the ninja school is still the Hokage in name, so Might Dewey needs to be reported to the third Hokage. Hiruzen pondered for a moment, obviously recalling who Might Dewey was. There are too many people in the village, and there are more students from generation to generation, so he doesn't remember so many people. Afterwards, he flipped out a book from the bottom, and it took a long time to find Might Dewey record. Genjutsu skills and ninjutsu are very poor. Taijutsu skills, well, taijutsu skills are relatively average, but the teacher said that he worked very hard. Hiruzen read the records. Afterwards, he pondered a little. His face suddenly changed, and angrily said, you don't want him to train 8 Gates, do you? 8 Gates has appeared in comics recently. The content of the comics is naturally considered to be Akaban's philosophy. 8 Gates do exist. There are also theoretical conjectures and deductions about the art of 8 Gates, but no one dares to really try it. Because the price is too great. No, you are misunderstood. 8 Gates are not as easy to open as you want. After our research, that thing needs some unknown talent. Our idea is to teach them some researched taijutsu skills. Akaban immediately explained. The taijutsu specialty class is not only for teaching 8 Gates, because 8 Gates is forbidden, and their biggest role is to be a weapon deterrent. What most people can really learn is the rest of the art, such as silent steps, and the 6 powers of the Navy from One Piece. I hope you will be more cautious. Although taijutsu development is less expensive than ninjutsu and genjutsu, carelessness may cause disability. Hiruzen solemnly said, as a researcher, don't ignore life and don't take the lives of others seriously. I know. Akaban bowed his head. The research and development of 8 Gates naturally need to be gradual. It took 20 years for Dewey to really master it. Even if they have theoretical research, they must be cautious when implementing it. Even as a last resort, Akaban would consider redeeming 8 Gates from his system for safety measures. You should know the severity. In this regard, I am relatively more at ease with you. The key is Orochimaru. You must help me pass my words to him. Hiruzen continued to urge. Yes, it's okay. Wait, don't run in a hurry. Shinosuke has been asking me to create his chakra weapons recently. I think you need to take a look. Chakra weapons. Akaban couldn't help but think of the scene when Shinosuke got the pan during survival in the desert. How about making a pan? Thinking of this, he somewhat understood why Hiruzen was so annoyed. It's still become my fault. On Hatake Clan Dojo. So, Shinosuke really wants a pan. Akaban didn't go to Shinosuke but secretly came to Yu. Yu and Shinosuke are teammates, and the Gecko clan is close to the Sarutobi clan, so he first came to Yu. As for Shinosuke, he didn't dare to go for the time being. It happened the day before yesterday. He designed a picture of a pan and asked his family to help make it. It's almost. Yu said, her face became weirder and weirder. It seems that there is something hidden in it. Akaban felt that there was a problem more and more, so he asked carefully, what's wrong? He said that the pan is the most suitable weapon for him in the world, and claimed that after the production is completed, it will be passed down from generation to generation as an heirloom. After hearing these words, Akaban didn't know how to express his feelings. Yu is the same as him. It was incredible when she heard the news, but now, she is probably numb, and she whispered, in fact, a frying pan is nothing bad, it can be offensive or defensive. It also fits the nature transformation of Earth-style chakra. But being the heirloom is too exaggerated. The Sarutobi clan will hate me to death. Akaban was a little frightened. The decision to not go to the Sarutobi clan was correct. Just imagine that Shinosuke, as the eldest son of the third Hokage, can become the head of the clan if he is not too bad in the future. So the heirloom of the patriarch, if it is famous enough, will sooner or later become the heirloom of the Sarutobi clan. The family heirloom of the Hatake clan is a short sword. The symbol of the Senju clan is the original necklace. Later, if it is mentioned to others that the Sarutobi family heirloom is a pan, he will be blamed for sure. Hokage-sama has to hate me forever. Akaban covered his face. No wonder that today the Hokage looks like he has menopause. It is not good for anyone to experience this kind of thing. In addition, they are painted to death in the comics, how can he not be so mad at him? It's not that serious, and it's not the first time for you anyway. Yu said heartily, Sakumo wants to be the patriarch of the Hatake clan in the future. In the Hatake clan's inheritance, there is only a short sword user, but because of you, they got a new thing like the Chidori and double sword style. Hearing you say that, I really appreciate your comfort. Akaban's eyelids jumped, and then he leaned against the tree. What is Sakumo doing? I've been very busy lately and haven't seen him. Sakumo has disappeared for a long time. Yu looked around, then leaned in and said in a low voice, probably going to the Anbu training and going to the battlefield. This is a confidential matter. If she didn't know that Akaban was very familiar with Anbu and route, she couldn't reveal it. Sakumo's ability is most suitable for the battlefield. In that kind of place, he can grow the fastest. Going to the battlefield. People like Sakumo, who experienced battlefield baptism, surely when he came back he will probably reach a Jonin level. Akaban sighed inwardly. Immediately, he looked at Yu. How about you? My strength is not enough, going to the battlefield will only add chaos. After Yu finished speaking, she got up and continued to train. During this period of time, she didn't practice sword art but focused on tempering her chakra's control ability. Although it was still not as good as Tsunade and Akaban, the effect was quite significant. At least from the case of her using chakra threads, there should be no problem with handling 3 swords. However, she was obviously not satisfied with it. To unify it with her crescent moon dance jutsu, the chakra threads must be more detailed so that they will not be noticed by the enemy. According to your current progress, your sword clone will soon be able to be used with swordsmanship. Maybe it will become the heirloom of the Gecko clan in the future. Akaban said half-jokingly. If the method of controlling the sword clone was more concealed, it might be more powerful, but it would be very difficult to manipulate the blade in the air, even if it was just the sword clone. For the time being, puppetry is the best way. Yiwu trained for a while, then shook her head and said, "It's still far away." "Okay, you train slowly, while I will be taking advantage of Uncle Sagaki who has not come back. I will run away first." Akaban waved. Hatake Sagaki is also very busy recently, so he is often not in the clan, and the current dojo is temporarily taken care of by Yiwu. "Wait, tell me about the stealth foot since it also looks cool. Can you tell me what you think?" Yiwu grabbed him, sat down and took out the comics from her arms. The abilities of this character are all imitating the attack of a cat. The cat walks silently, and the attack is also a very vicious claw attack. As Akaban said that, he also trying to imitate the Kuro style, as he walks silently. Yiwu was speechless. Of course, she knew that it was imitating the cat's moves, but the key was how to perfectly hide the sound and move at high speed. Ninjutsu has body flicker jutsu, which can also achieve high-speed movement. The issue is, Crescent Moon Dance's clone is a phantom, not at all substance, so running naturally has no sound. But the body is different. As long as you run at high speed, you will always make a small sound, even if it is inaudible, but it is equally deadly in front of the ninja. The assassination moves cannot tolerate any mistakes. In order to ensure the success rate, Crescent Moon Dance usually ends with a dead angle leap attack. The advantage of this is that the jump can increase the formidable power of the blade technique and achieve a one-hit kill. But if she can master these stealth foots, she doesn't need to use those complicated moves. The stealth foot is just a conception, it is an inspiration from the imitation beast ninjutsu. Akaban glanced at his panel. The price of silent walking is very low. In theory, this technique is worth a C-rank ninjutsu. As only 15 points are required. Or it may be that the silent assassination jutsu that he redeemed has reduced some portions of it. After all, the silent assassination technique also has the technique of reducing the sound of footsteps. He secretly guessed. Now because of his diligent update, although the number of ninjas in the village has been reduced due to war, he still has more than 800 points a day. 15 points, it seems not expensive. Since Yiwu has a need, and he can also use the stealth foot ability, he can exchange it directly after thinking for a moment. It's only 15 anyway. Imitation beast ninja, so it is true. It seems that I have to ask the Inuzuka family to borrow some information. Stealth foots are very basic and easy to master. After Akaban's exchange, the information quickly floods in on his brain, and his body directly grasped this ability. The technique of silent walking, to put it plainly, is to imitate the cat's footsteps to reduce the sound to an almost silent state. The speed increases moderately but not very large. The reason why Kuro can achieve a fast slash is that he has trained it at such a speed. In short, it is the same as Taijutsu training. Stealth foot is not a move that can quickly increase his speed after the exchange, but it may be expected to be a handshave. Wow, you developing a ninjutsu by yourself from your imagination is really amazing, my brother. Yiwu was surprised. This man is not a theoretical ninja but has really developed stealth foots. Don't say that, I actually mastered the three-sword style. It's just that my body can't keep up. Akaban murmured secretly, then got up and began to warm up. It's been too long for him to exercise, and silent steps test his foot skills. If he didn't do it, for sure he will get his feet cramps. It will not be funny. Yiwu stepped back a few steps, and went to a more open space. You can try it out, just use me as the target. Okay. After Akaban moved his muscles and bones, he quickly made a hand seal. Stealth foots alone are not very effective, but it shouldn't be too bad to match the acceleration effect of body flicker jutsu. The silent version of body flicker jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Akaban disappeared. So fast. Yiwu tried her best to perceive and listen to the surrounding sounds, but couldn't hear the sound of footsteps at all. Where is he? She turned around, trying to find Akaban's location, as there is no other way. She could not hear the sound, and could not see his shadow, so she could only find Akaban's position according to other methods. Unfortunately, she is not good at perceiving. Shadow Clone Jutsu. After using a Shadow Clone Jutsu, Yiwu finally found Akaban. This guy has been hiding in the blind spot 5 or 6 steps away behind her. As long as she turns by herself, Akaban will follow it, keeping hiding in her blind spot. This ability really suits me, teach me and teach me. Yiwu's eyes brightened. From hiding in the blind spot to the end, at least 10 seconds passed, but 10 seconds in the battle was enough for her to hack her opponent apart. Youngster, don't just think about getting something for nothing, just exchange it for a little bit. Akaban smiled. Exchange, what do you want? Yiwu was a little tangled, as there seemed to be nothing she could exchange for it. Tomorrow the third Hokage summer will announce the news of the preparation department. The day after tomorrow I will hold a job fair. You will help me sit on the stage and be responsible for checking the actual situation of the ninja registration. This, all right. Yiwu is not yet Chunin, but her comprehensive strength already has a Chunin level, but she is not so good in the exam and cannot occupy a limited quota. After all, the conditions are not excessive. Compared with the stealth foot value, it is almost a free gift. Helper +1. Akaban was secretly happy. It seems that you two are very energetic, and you have practiced on your own. The voice of Hatake Sagaki came. In the next second, he jumped in from outside the forest and reached the middle of Akaban and Yiwu. Uncle Sagaki, since you hear it, please also come the day after tomorrow as well. It's fine even if it's just a shadow clone, you just need to take a seat as a deterrent for anyone who was dissatisfied about us little guys. Akaban smoothly pulled another wave of strong men. There is a big gap between the strength and prestige of Hatake Sagaki, so his appearance alone is a big advantage for Akaban recruitment plans. Okay. Hatake Sagaki nodded faintly, and then said, about your stealth foots, I am also very interested. As for the benefits. He took out an object from his waist and threw it to Akaban. Akaban took it. It was a very short and pocket knife, only slightly longer than kunai. Your physical fitness is poor, but your knife skills are pretty good. So this short knife may be more suitable for you. So go back and train. Teacher, isn't this knife just made the other day? Yiwu was a little surprised. Well, this kind of knife is too short to be suitable for those who use it normally. It is just right for someone like him who is skilled but doesn't fight with knives. Hatake Sagaki said lightly. After the last time he assessed him, he had a complete understanding of Akaban's situation. Although Akaban's own strength and speed are not enough, his attack achieved by his chakra-enhanced strength is so powerful that an ordinary short blade cannot withstand its powerful chakra impact. But this knife is specially made, and its material is sufficient to withstand the infusion of chakra. Akaban looked at it. He didn't know much about knives, but he still knew how good it was. Although this knife was small, its workmanship and material were impeccable. Absolutely a good knife. Uncle Sagaki, it's too expensive. This knife can be used as an heirloom for ordinary families. How could Akaban dare to accept such a gift? Just keep it with you. Sagaki gave him a glimpse and then walked to the dojo. It's not really free as I also read your comics. So tell me about this stealth foot, it is a bit useful to the ninjas of Anbu. Yes. Akaban had never thought of this before, but now he also understood something. Stealth foot is not just for assassinations, but it can also be used to hide the user's footsteps in the hidden mist jutsu. Fortunately, he exchanged it himself, not only mastering it but also a full set of memories of how to use it. Therefore, he retailed the knowledge that he provided with the exchange. The key details and skills are very detailed. It may be difficult for ordinary people to master immediately, but for Hatake Sagaki and Yiwu, it's definitely not a problem. After listening to it, Yiwu was still thinking. However, Hatake Sagaki got up, walked a few steps forward, and then disappeared whizzingly. His speed is too fast, and there is no sound at all. In the next second, Hatake Sagaki appeared behind Yiwu. Akaban turned on his perception and observed secretly, and found that Hatake Sagaki's position changed extremely quickly. Even if he could perceive it, he might not be able to react if he attacked him. Hatake Sagaki stopped between the two. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes to his chakra and his body state. Then he started to talk and said, the consumption of physical strength is 20% higher than normal. Chakra consumption does not change much, so it is not suitable for regular use. But it should work well when used in a critical moment. Yes, teacher. Yiwu understood that Hatake Sagaki was telling it to her. The technique was created by Akaban. Of course, he knew the pros and cons best, and she was the only audience left. Actually, the root has a similar technique, but the effect is not as fine as this one. Hatake Sagaki explained to Akaban. With this in mind, we are preparing to open ninjutsu patents and filing in the research department, so as not to repeat the research and development of ninjas, and waste time and energy. Akaban took advantage of the situation and mentioned it to Hatake Sagaki. Although he is only the deputy minister, in the case that Hokage basically ignores the reserve department, Hatake Sagaki actually does the ministerial job. This is not bad, I will give you credit for it. Hatake Sagaki nodded slightly, and said, in addition, I will submit Stealth Foot to Anbu. And if they use it, you will receive a lot of credits for this. Thank you, Uncle Sagaki. Akaban chuckled. With Danza's relationship, the benefits of the technique development are naturally indispensable for him. And since the patriarch of Hatake clan is the one going to report it, it can save him some trouble reporting it. Of course, the stealth foot is only a miraculous effect in special circumstances, not a necessary technique, so the credit is not big, but Yiwu expressed sincere envy. How can she not envy Akaban when her own sword clone jutsu is not even on its first phase of completion? But Akaban developed a new technique in 3 days. The previous Mist Mirage, and now this Stealth Foot, and if she includes the ninjutsu created by Sakumo and Orochimaru, it is all based on Akaban's ideas. But this brat's only weakness is that he is too lazy. Hatake Sagaki sighed inwardly. If this brat is able to work hard, his achievement is probably more than 2 or 3 times the current one. This talent is really great. Apart from him, which Kurama clan can have this physical quality beside him? It's a pity. I'll go to Anbu first, and Yiwu continues to look at the little boys. Hatake Sagaki said as he disappeared quickly. Speaking of which, what was his original position? Akaban recalled it for a moment, remembering that Sakumo seemed to mention that he was the captain of Anbu. Akaba, you teach me again, what should I do with my feet? Yiwu was very uncomfortable. His teacher would know it as soon as he heard it, but he still didn't understand a few things now, and he didn't dare to ask again until his teacher left. After getting a knife, Akaban was in a good mood and answered patiently. After repeating it several times, Yiwu finally mastered it after spending half an hour. Of course, this does not mean that his talent is poor. On the contrary, it may take several days to learn it for an ordinary ninja. The fact that he has learned it in half an hour is already quite fast. But how can I create a claw? Yiwu thought to herself. But soon, she seemed to notice that Akaban's eyes were a little weird, and her expression suddenly became a little unnatural. What's the matter? Promise me, can you not be fangirling? Akaban was helpless. Trying to create a claw. If you have the time to learn how to create it, it is better to practice crescent moon dance. Cut tilde. In fact, Yiwu understands what Akaban means, but she feels it's cool to also do it like in the comic. You still dare to be hard-headed. I see that when Uncle Sagaki is busy, you still have time to think about other things instead of training your swordsmanship. Akaban berated. He didn't want Hatake Sagaki coming to his door and talk to him again. This kind of problem should be killed in the cradle in advance. Hey, I just thought it was cool, but I'm not really planning on doing it. Yiwu sighed with regret. I'll go back first. Remember to help me talk to Shinosuke about his pan since the third Hokage asked me to help him out. Akaban especially urges. I know, I won't forget. Yiwu was helpless. Although she hadn't been out recently, she always felt that this kid had almost caught everyone she knew. Recruitment for a preparation department makes it the same as a party. The preparation department didn't do too many projects. Except for the Taijutsu specialty class and the Genjutsu specialty class, the others were equivalent to the upgraded version of Ninja Academy, but the personnel in the preparation department was blank. That's why he built temporary workers, which made him very busy. In addition, after working on these things, Akaban had to go through the Naruto manuscript again, since the contents of the last volume had errors. Returning to the comic shop in the afternoon, he read the update of his clone painting. From the content, it was almost the same as the previous life. There is nothing particularly sensitive about the content. Naruto's identity as Jinchuriki has long been a secret, and it will not cause much discussion if it breaks out. But today's update really caused a lot of discussion. The big villain in the comics, Orochimaru, wants to kill the third Hokage. Boss, in the comics, Brother Orochimaru is so evil, but in reality, Brother Orochimaru is a good person. A little girl screamed for Orochimaru. Under what circumstances, someone gave Orochimaru a good person card. Akaban heard it and immediately came out. The girl was dressed very plainly, she could be seen as a commoner, and she probably lived closer to Orochimaru. That child is very kind and pitiful, and his parents left him early due to war. This is just a comic. In reality, Orochimaru is definitely not like this. Others also said. The current opinion of Orochimaru is very good. Although most people don't have a close relationship with him, none of them believes that he is a badis. Of course Orochimaru-kun himself is a good person. Kurama Yunlane patiently explained to the little girl, look at the cover, this story is purely fictitious, and any similarities are purely coincidental. This sentence is so small, how can I notice it? The little girl held the book and looked at it, staring at it very carefully, only to see the line that Kurama Yunlane said, but she did not comment on it. Obviously, other people said good things about Orochimaru. She was very happy in her heart. But in the comics, the fourth Hokage is also very miserable. At that young age, he died protecting the village. Some people can't help but sigh. According to the description in the comics, the fourth Hokage died in the Kyuubi rebellion, so the third Hokage had to be reinstated. If the fourth Hokage is not dead, why should the third Hokage struggle to support the overall situation? Although the plot has not been fully exposed yet, judging from the current situation, even if the fourth Hokage does not die, I am afraid it is difficult to continue being a Hokage. And it's because the shinobi are late. Although it's just a comic, for now, the title of Hokage doesn't seem to end well. The second Hokage is the same. In the end, he recommended the third Hokage to give the last effort to save the village. It's really great. Everyone can't help but think of the second Hokage. As a result, everyone can't help feeling sad. However, this is enough to see that these villagers think that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is very wise to become the third Hokage, which shows that even if the third Hokage has been in his office for more than a year, but he has still established enough prestige and popularity from ordinary people. In comparison, Danza probably has no such ability. In terms of personality, charm and village management, Sarutobi Hiruzen is better than him. Hope these plots in the comics will never appear in reality. One of the readers couldn't help but sigh. Akaban returned to his seat and continued to paint, but he secretly said in his heart, although it is really the future, it is not necessarily true now. Yo, the villain, I didn't expect you to be free. A little girl just called in justice for you. Akaban had just processed some of the recruitment posters, but Orochimaru and Tsunade came together. It's not clear why Orochimaru came, but Tsunade came as he ordered. I'm very curious about that might guy. Orochimaru and Tsunade walked into the comic shop slowly, not caring about the impact of comics on themselves and the eyes of others. Evil. Do they care? Oh tilde, it's Orochimaru. It looks completely different from the comics, he looks cute and easy to get along with. Of course, Orochimaru-sama even recreated the equipment from the comics. And many genins have already received equipment and started training on how to use it. Ninjas and villagers chatted. The update over this period of time has portrayed the image of villain Orochimaru in the comics, but in reality, the cute, smart and capable Orochimaru is very popular. Therefore, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then turned to see the crowd coming around on the street. Orochimaru, I told you you don't need to care too much about the content of the comics. Tsunade chuckles. As a teammate and a collaborator of the Institute, she knows Orochimaru too well. Although he seems to don't care about anything else besides his research, There are some things that even he cares about, such as the opinions of others. He is a disciple of the third Hokage. Based on this identity alone, the current Orochimaru is very eager to be recognized by the villagers. If it were not for the agitation of the comics, how could he leave the laboratory and wander around wasting his research time? I didn't care. Orochimaru's refute as his tone was indifferent, but his expression could not hide a hint of joy. At the age of 12, his future self didn't appear yet. Although he said he doesn't care, he really enjoys the feeling of being liked and recognized. Who didn't have a childhood that wanted to be Hokage? If you guys want to find Might Dewey, you have to wait for a while. Akaban speeds up his painting speed. In order to ensure his speed, he even uses another paintbrush controlled by his puppet jutsu to draw two different posters. It's amazing that you are working, let me see what you are doing. Tsunade leaned in. She didn't stick to Akaban for a long time, and she didn't even notice that Akaban was so diligent. She thought it was a comic, but when she leaned forward to look at it, she realized that it turned out to be a kind of poster that she didn't understand. Requirements: Chunin or above, proficient in various taijutsu skills. What are you doing? Tsunade expressed her doubts. It looks like an amazing thing, but why does Akaban do it? Tsunade, you really have been out of date for too long. Soon, Akaban will be the training instructor of the preparation department, responsible for the training of graduating shinobi. Orochimaru walked into the lounge, somewhat gloating. Really, that's really worth celebrating. Tsunade, who understood it, said and walked over with a strange smile. This guy wants to be lazy all the time, but every time he is forced to do this and that by the third Hokage and Danza, it is really interesting to outsiders like them to see him suffering. But using puppet jutsu to manipulate the brush is really amazing. She remembered it secretly in her heart. She didn't pay attention to it before. Puppets are indeed good things. In some experiments, they can prevent themselves from being injured. She has to learn it later. Wait a minute, there are still a few words left. Akaban finished writing quickly. The content of these posters is mainly to recruit taijutsu teachers, team leaders, etc. As for the genjutsu speciality class, no one in the village except the Uchiha clan can compare with the Kurama clan in genjutsu, and more than that, Kurama Vuha the patriarch must be happy when he learned about it. That guy really cares about these powers. What's more, from time to time, he can still ask Shinyai to teach the rest of the children about genjutsu. Akaban's abacus is clinking, so there are not many people recruited here. Let's go. Akaban stood up. A few days ago, he promised Might Dewey to help him treat his leg injury, so he asked Tsunade to come, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru would follow along. The three left the comic shop, and their way towards Dewey House was extremely smooth, mainly because of Orochimaru, since he also lives in the vicinity. Speaking of which, the comic version of Orochimaru is really interesting, and there is also the one from Jiraiya. His old form looks very good, but it's also a bit wretched. Tsunade spit out while walking. During this period of time, she was experimenting by herself, and there was only one guy who often came to deliver half-dead inanimate corpses. So she was almost bored to death. Don't worry, you will also be on the stage soon. I said before that I can borrow your image and you will definitely not fall behind them. Akaban said lightly. If you make my image ugly, I will kill you. Tsunade waved her fist. What do women fear most? Aging. It took her a lot of courage to let Akaban paint her 30 or 40 years old self. You have all learned the Yin Seal, and you also know a little medical jutsu. So why are you afraid of aging when Grandma Mito still looks young? Akaban chuckled. A Yin Seal alone cannot keep oneself young forever. Uzumaki Mito can maintain her current appearance due to other reasons. On one hand, Uzumaki clan's lifespan is long and powerful, and on the other hand, the Yin Seal and she understands some chakra jutsu to keep her body active. Of course. In this case, once she becomes old, it means that she doesn't have the ability to suppress the Kyuubi. Although Tsunade had only mastered the Yin Seal, with her current research on medical jutsu, sooner or later she can develop the strength of 100 technique. I know, but I am afraid of what you're going to draw. Although Tsunade said that, her face smiles unconsciously. Who doesn't like being praised? The three walked all the way to the civilian residential area and arrived at Might Dewey House a few seconds later. However, before entering the door, Akaban heard a voice. 193, 194. He seems to be training again. This guy really has the same virtue as Guy and Rock Lee. Akaban sighed helplessly. Lee opened the fifth gate and was injured by Gaara with a critical injury. But although his foot is unable to move, he still trains using his hands. In short, these three guys are not willing to be secluded, and they don't allow themselves to be idle. Really hard working. Although Orochimaru didn't see it, he could sense the constant movement of Might Dewey based on his perception alone. His leg still has injuries, how dare he mess around with it? Doesn't he know that it is easy to leave permanent wounds if they worsened? Tsunade hurriedly pushed the door in one go, only to see Might Dewey standing upside down and walking back and forth. She was taken aback for a moment. Handstand. Ah, you are. Might Dewey maintained an inverted posture and looked at Tsunade blankly. Afterwards, Akaban and Orochimaru walked in one after another. What a mess. Orochimaru covers his face. Although he is not good at medical treatment, he has recently studied 8 gates. To open the 8 gates requires a certain level of physical fitness, otherwise, even the first gate will be difficult to open. The practice of wearing a weight can indeed strengthen the body for the first time, but this practice will cause a certain amount of damage to the body. If there is no superb medical treatment, I am afraid there will be an internal injury for a lifetime. Boy, are you going to kill yourself? If you lose your hand, let alone being a ninja, being an ordinary person is also going to be problematic. Tsunade scolded angrily. This. Akaban-senpai, and are you, Orochimaru-senpai and Princess Tsunade? Might Dewey changed his position. After not standing upside down, he finally recognized who the three in front were. When it comes to Tsunade, his emotions are obviously more violent as the first Hokage granddaughter. She has been the princess of Konoha and Fire Country since she was a child, and she enjoys all kinds of love. As I said before, I will ask someone to heal your leg injury. Akaban pointed at Tsunade. Might Dewey was even more surprised. The medical profession that Akaban-senpai said was the famous Tsunade. This, I am not dreaming. Boy, lie down, I want to confirm your injury before the treatment. After a month of research, Tsunade's knowledge of medical jutsu is not as rough as before. Before chakra treatment, she must find the injury and confirm the extent of the injury and then use appropriate medical methods. I'll help. Orochimaru came over and pressed Might Dewey on the bed. Poor Might Dewey, just like those little white mice, was pressed on the bed and could not move. Akaban always feels weird seeing this scene. Will Orochimaru take out a scalpel and start the experiment? Hissed Tilda. Orochimaru pressed apart, and then Dewey immediately let out a miserable cry. There is a serious strain on this part. Hey, he is not an experimental subject, you have to be gentle with the patient. Tsunade stopped him immediately. After that, she carefully rubbed Dewey's leg, and after repeated confirmation, she said, "It is indeed a muscle strain. It was originally a slight strain, but it has deteriorated severely in the past few days." Worsen. Princess Tsunade, you have to help me. Might Dewey panicked. He can bear the pain and trauma, but if it can never be cured, it is absolutely a nightmare for him. It's not that serious, but if you continue to mess around like this, it is likely to leave irreparable injuries. After Tsunade said that, chakra began to gather in her hands. Unlike the current chakra stimulation treatment, Tsunade's treatment is more detailed and accurate, and will not cause the waste or additional damage. Regardless of chakra stimulation therapy or other medical treatments, the essence of chakra stimulation is to accelerate cell division and then achieve the purpose of rapid recovery. The more cells divide, the lifespan will be relatively attenuated. Therefore, accurate and delicate treatment like this can minimize side effects. On one side, Orochimaru took out a small notebook, which seemed to record something on it. Akaban leaned forward curiously. The above is a bunch of incomprehensible data, but it looks like it should be about the muscle strength of Donning. At the time when he relied on the system for digitization, Orochimaru had already acted as a system by himself. At this moment, he deeply felt the power of regeneration, from the evil god. Orochimaru noticed Akaban's gaze, then he glanced around vigilantly, and then made a silent gesture. Akaban looked away and walked to the front. Tsunade was very focused and carefully manipulating her chakra to repair Dewey damaged muscles. After a long time, she gathered her chakra and said, "Okay, you come down and try moving." When Dewey got out of bed, joy gradually appeared on his face. "Wow, it's totally fine." He wanted to shout, but when he thought that the three in front of him were all famous genius-level seniors, he forcibly maintained his composure. Tsunade was a little tired, and it was quite stressful for her to treat someone for the first time. Fortunately, it succeeded. "Let me look at your hand." Might DIY did not dare to resist, and reached out to let Orochimaru check his hand. After a while, Orochimaru nodded and said, "You also have a slight strain on your hand. It is best not to exercise vigorously next." "Yes, Senior Orochimaru." Dewey did not doubt his warning and respectfully agreed. The data should be almost collected. Akaban glanced at him and stood up and said, "The preparation department will start working in a few days, and you will be notified to report." Yes. Tsunade's medical skills have made significant progress, and it can be seen that this more than 1 month of the study was not in vain. As for Orochimaru, Akaban feels that he completely regards Might Dewey as an observable Taijutsu growth research object, and he doesn't know what miscellaneous data is recorded in that small notebook of his. In addition, is there really only the data of Might Dewey in that notebook? Hard to say. Akaban felt hairy in his heart, always feeling that he had a lot of recorded data over there. "Next time you have such a simple patient, you must tell me." Tsunade had just finished treatment, and her excitement hadn't calmed down. For her, this is a precious treatment experience. Of course, Might Dewey injury is not too serious, and she really dares not start treatment if it is disabled or severely injured. Once she had the first time, she wanted to try it for the second time. The current Tsunade can't wait to go to the hospital right away and snatch some patients back from the trauma department, as she doesn't dare to treat patients that have internal organs problems. Don't worry, there will be some time for you to do it in the future. Who doesn't want a free doctor? What's more, Tsunade's medical standards will be among the best in the world in the future. They can proudly tell people when they go out, Tsunade used to be a doctor in our academy. Coming back from Might Dewey, there is nothing else to be busy with at the moment. So Orochimaru and Tsunade naturally went back to their laboratory to continue their research, especially Tsunade, who had just undergone a small surgery, and now the nature of the research is very high, and she can't wait to spend all the time in her laboratory. On Akaban's side, he continued to work on job fairs. It was not until the next day that he rushed through all the things needed for the job fair, and for this reason, he only slept for a few hours. Before the change, he had to sleep for at least 10 hours. However, after finishing the recruitment advertisements, posters and other copy, and preparing to take it to the Hokage building to show it to the third Hokage, he saw a big announcement downstairs about the establishment and work of the Ninja Preparation Department. Outside the announcement, there was a group of ninjas and villagers. Most of these are Chunin and Genin from commoners and small families. That's why they didn't know the decision of the higher-ups that they only know now after the announcement. Preparation Department. What department is this? Responsible for guiding the newly graduated Genin, another ninja academy. What about the current division? The current division is that Jonin brings 3 Genins who have just graduated, who are responsible for teaching and training. If another new academy is established, this set will no longer apply. Compared with the ninja taught in batches, being trained by a Jonin is undoubtedly more powerful. With this in mind, many people are a little worried and disagree. There are also some people who do not understand the new policy, and some do not quite understand it. This is an excellent advertising opportunity. Akaban thought for a moment, walked to the front and pinned the advertisement on the bulletin board with a pin. Then he turned his head. Please be quiet, everyone. Kurama Akaban. The people in the front row reacted first and glanced at the announcement just posted. It seems that Kurama Akaban's name is on the reserve list. A training instructor. Not long after the announcement was posted, everyone hadn't paid attention to it before. At this moment, it was discovered that Kurama Akaban, who was less than 13 years old, was actually an instructor. Ordinary villagers don't know Akaban deeply. In their eyes, Akaban is a young genius and also a very famous cartoonist, but they don't know his achievements in ninja. But the ninjas are different. The only ninja who was directly promoted to Special Jonin in the first Chunin exams, the fastest ninja promotion after the war, and Danza's discipline. With all kinds of his accomplishments added, it seems that it's okay to hold this position, but these ninjas have a heartfelt response because having a young instructor feels wrong to them. I will be responsible for the preparation and recruitment of the preparatory department for the time being. If you have any questions, please ask, and I will answer them all. In addition, tomorrow morning, I will carry out the recruitment of teachers for the preparatory department in Kikyo City. Afterwards, Akaban sat down, as if waiting for everyone to ask questions. And in the crowd, a figure slowly withdrew. Huff, it should be foolproof, it's hard work. Akaban used his transformation jutsu to disguise and finally got out from the crowd, gasping for a few breaths after he was inside. There are too many people. My brother, I wish you success. He silently said his prayers to his shadow clone, and then entered the Hokage building. The specific content of these recruitments had to be checked by the third Hokage. The 3 generations are upstairs. At such a close distance, he didn't need to use his telescope jutsu. From the upstairs, he can see a Kaban clone underneath explaining other information to the other ninjas and villagers intimately. Sensing a Kaban entering the door, he happily turned around and said, "Well done, well done, your answer is perfect. While you say you want to help me, you don't even make it clear to everyone what the preparatory department does. Isn't this adding to my workload?" A Kaban entered the door and wanted to throw the information in his hand, but it was just a thought. He patted the dust, put the posters and materials on the table, and continued, "This is the recruitment poster I prepared, and there is also time to start the job fair tomorrow." Hiruzen took a look, then nodded, then he pulled out an information scroll from underneath and handed it to A Kaban. "What is this?" A Kaban opened it, and the familiar password block was displayed on the top. After unlocking it with the corresponding method, the text was displayed on the top. "This is a battle report. Konoha Ninja was officially attacked by Hidden Mist Ronin. Both sides did not reveal their true identities. After a big battle, Konoha Ninja won. But this is just the beginning. The start of the battle means that the war in the Uzumaki Kingdom has begun. How is the Whirlpool clan?" A Kaban couldn't help asking. In fact, the Uzumaki family has no substantial benefit to him, but there is a little lowly at home, and above all, there is Uzumaki Mito who has been taking care of him. Out of concern, he still has to ask. Although we are assisting them from the shadows when Uzumaki clan exerts their strength, other ninjas from other ninja village have surrounded Hidden Whirlpool's village. Hiruzen shook his head solemnly and then took out a map after speaking. Above is the country of Uzumaki. He drew a red line around Hidden Whirlpool's village and then drew a few small circles outside. A Kaban has been to the country of Uzumaki and knows the situation there. Therefore, seeing this picture, he took a breath of cold air instantly. From the inside out, Hidden Whirlpool's village is surrounded like an iron barrel, let alone a clan, even a Jonin would never want to get out of it. Unless the inside and outside got a pincer, then there is no open gap for them to escape. From the information sent back from Hidden Whirlpool's village, Cloud Ninja, Mist Ninja, Stone Ninja, Rain Ninja are all involved. The ninja world does not want Hidden Whirlpool's village to continue to exist. Hiruzen sighed softly and then took out another report. A Kaban took it and took a look. Hidden Sand Village was dispatched, and Zack the future Kazekage personally led the team and entered Land of Rivers from Land of Wind, but their number was not very large. And the Hyuga clan, who was lurking in the mountain forest, did not find any smuggling trace. They should just be probing. Yes, but if we are not prepared, they will reach out and cut a piece of meat from the country of the river. Hiruzen nodded slightly. The Land of Rivers is very weak. Basically, it doesn't even have its own ninja village inside, it's all foreign ninja and rogue ninja. If it weren't for its location between fire and wind, it would have been annexed by the country of wind. However, it does not rule out the possibility that they will profit from somebody's misfortune. Although the life and death of second Kazekage are unknown at Hidden Sand Village, their mastery of puppet jutsu and medical jutsu may be able to transform the second Kazekage and save him. It is their greatest battle strength. If we ignorantly think that the second Kazekage threat on the other side doesn't exist, we are likely to suffer a big loss. A Kaban pondered, and he still thinks that second Kazekage has hidden dangers. After all, Sand Village is too mysterious, many methods are not present at all, and it is not impossible to be really ruthless. When Hiruzen heard it, he said coldly, if they really want to do it, they can only take their Jinchuriki to release their tail beast. Uchiha's ability is a double-edged sword. They didn't dare to use it before, but now Uchiha has surrendered, and with Uchiha Yuan awakening of the kaleidoscope, he can completely manipulate their one tail after they release it to destroy the Sand Village, and solve the problem fundamentally. The reason for thinking of this is due to Akaban's manga. At the beginning of the comic, someone can release and manipulate the Kyuubi, and using this method they can also manipulate their tailed beast if it is released. When it comes to sealing jutsu, no one can compare to the Uzumaki clan and Konoha. What a ruthless way! Akaban was secretly shocked. Tsunde's medical skills have made significant progress, and it can be seen that this more than 1 month of the study was not in vain. As for Orochimaru, Akaban feels that he completely regards Might Dewey as an observable Taijutsu growth research object, and he doesn't know what miscellaneous data is recorded in that small notebook of his. In addition, is there really only the data of Might Dewey in that notebook? Hard to say. Akaban felt hairy in his heart, always feeling that he had a lot of recorded data over there. Next time you have such a simple patient, you must tell me. Tsunade had just finished treatment, and her excitement hadn't calmed down. For her, this is a precious treatment experience. Of course, Might Dewey injury is not too serious, and she really dares not start treatment if it is disabled or severely injured. Once she had the first time, she wanted to try it for the second time. The current Tsunade can't wait to go to the hospital right away and snatch some patients back from the trauma department, as she doesn't dare to treat patients that have internal organs problems. Don't worry, there will be some time for you to do it in the future. Who doesn't want a free doctor? What's more, Tsunade's medical standards will be among the best in the world in the future. They can proudly tell people when they go out, Tsunade used to be a doctor in our academy. Coming back from Might Dewey, there is nothing else to be busy with at the moment. So Orochimaru and Tsunade naturally went back to their laboratory to continue their research, especially Tsunade, who had just undergone a small surgery, and now the nature of the research is very high, and she can't wait to spend all the time in her laboratory. On Akaban's side, he continued to work on job fairs. It was not until the next day that he rushed through all the things needed for the job fair, and for this reason, he only slept for a few hours. Before the change, he had to sleep for at least 10 hours. However, after finishing the recruitment advertisements, posters and other copy, and preparing to take it to the Hokage building to show it to the third Hokage, he saw a big announcement downstairs about the establishment and work of the ninja preparation department. Outside the announcement, there was a group of ninjas and villagers. Most of these are Chunin and Genin from commoners and small families. That's why they didn't know the decision of the higher-ups that they only know now after the announcement. Preparation department. What department is this? Responsible for guiding the newly graduated Genin, another ninja academy. What about the current division? The current division is that Jonin brings 3 Genins who have just graduated, who are responsible for teaching and training. If another new academy is established, this set will no longer apply. Compared with the ninja taught in batches, being trained by a Jonin is undoubtedly more powerful. With this in mind, many people are a little worried and disagree. There are also some people who do not understand the new policy, and some do not quite understand it. This is an excellent advertising opportunity. Akaban thought for a moment, walked to the front and pinned the advertisement on the bulletin board with a pin. Then he turned his head. "Please be quiet, everyone. Kurama Akaban." The people in the front row reacted first and glanced at the announcement just posted. It seems that Kurama Akaban's name is on the reserve list. A training instructor. Not long after the announcement was posted, everyone hadn't paid attention to it before. At this moment, it was discovered that Kurama Akaban, who was less than 13 years old, was actually an instructor. Ordinary villagers don't know Akaban deeply. In their eyes, Akaban is a young genius and also a very famous cartoonist, but they don't know his achievements in ninja. But the ninjas are different. The only ninja who was directly promoted to Special Jonin in the first Chunin exams, the fastest ninja promotion after the war, and Danza's discipline. With all kinds of his accomplishments added, it seems that it's okay to hold this position, but these ninjas have a heartfelt response because having a young instructor feels wrong to them. I will be responsible for the preparation and recruitment of the preparatory department for the time being. If you have any questions, please ask, and I will answer them all. In addition, tomorrow morning, I will carry out the recruitment of teachers for the preparatory department in Kikyo City. Afterwards, Akaban sat down, as if waiting for everyone to ask questions. And in the crowd, a figure slowly withdrew. "Huff, it should be foolproof, it's hard work." Akaban used his transformation jutsu to disguise and finally got out from the crowd, gasping for a few breaths after he was inside. "There are too many people. My brother, I wish you success." He silently said his prayers to his shadow clone, and then entered the Hokage building. The specific content of these recruitments had to be checked by the third Hokage. The 3 generations are upstairs. At such a close distance, he didn't need to use his telescope jutsu. From the upstairs, he can see Akaban clone underneath explaining other information to the other ninjas and villagers intimately. Sensing Akaban entering the door, he happily turned around and said, "Well done, well done, your answer is perfect. While you say you want to help me, you don't even make it clear to everyone what the preparatory department does. Isn't this adding to my workload?" Akaban entered the door and wanted to throw the information in his hand, but it was just a thought. He patted the dust, put the posters and materials on the table, and continued, "This is the recruitment poster I prepared, and there is also time to start the job fair tomorrow." Hiruzen took a look, then nodded, then he pulled out an information scroll from underneath and handed it to Akaban. "What is this?" Akaban opened it, and the familiar password block was displayed on the top. After unlocking it with the corresponding method, the text was displayed on the top. "This is a battle report. Konoha Ninja was officially attacked by Hidden Mist Ronin. Both sides did not reveal their true identities. After a big battle, Konoha Ninja won. But this is just the beginning. The start of the battle means that the war in the Uzumaki Kingdom has begun. How is the Whirlpool clan?" Akaban couldn't help asking. In fact, the Uzumaki family has no substantial benefit to him, but there is a little lowly at home, and above all, there is Uzumaki Mito who has been taking care of him. Out of concern, he still has to ask. Although we are assisting them from the shadows when Uzumaki clan exerts their strength, other ninjas from other ninja village have surrounded Hidden Whirlpool's village. Hiruzen shook his head solemnly and then took out a map after speaking. Above is the country of Uzumaki. He drew a red line around Hidden Whirlpool's village and then drew a few small circles outside. Akaban has been to the country of Uzumaki and knows the situation there. Therefore, seeing this picture, he took a breath of cold air instantly. From the inside out, Hidden Whirlpool's village is surrounded like an iron barrel, let alone a clan, even a Jonin would never want to get out of it. Unless the inside and outside got a pincer, then there is no open gap for them to escape. From the information sent back from Hidden Whirlpool's village, Cloud Ninja, Mist Ninja, Stone Ninja, Rain Ninja are all involved. The ninja world does not want Hidden Whirlpool's village to continue to exist. Hiruzen sighed softly and then took out another report. Akaban took it and took a look. Hidden Sand Village was dispatched, and Zack the future Kazekage personally led the team and entered Land of Rivers from Land of Wind, but their number was not very large. And the Hyuga clan, who was lurking in the mountain forest, did not find any smuggling trace. They should just be probing. Yes, but if we are not prepared, they will reach out and cut a piece of meat from the country of the river. Hiruzen nodded slightly. The Land of Rivers is very weak. Basically, it doesn't even have its own ninja village inside, it's all foreign ninja and rogue ninja. If it weren't for its location between fire and wind, it would have been annexed by the country of wind. However, it does not rule out the possibility that they will profit from somebody's misfortune. Although the life and death of second Kazekage are unknown at Hidden Sand Village, their mastery of puppet jutsu and medical jutsu may be able to transform the second Kazekage and save him. It is their greatest battle strength. If we ignorantly think that the second Kazekage threat on the other side doesn't exist, we are likely to suffer a big loss. Akaban pondered, and he still thinks that second Kazekage has hidden dangers. After all, Sand Village is too mysterious, many methods are not present at all, and it is not impossible to be really ruthless. When Hiruzen heard it, he said coldly, if they really want to do it, they can only take their Jinchu Uriki to release their tail beast. Uchiha's ability is a double-edged sword. They didn't dare to use it before, but now Uchiha has surrendered, and with Uchiha Yuan awakening of the kaleidoscope, he can completely manipulate their one tail after they release it to destroy the Sand Village, and solve the problem fundamentally. The reason for thinking of this is due to Akaban's manga. At the beginning of the comic, someone can release and manipulate the Kyuubi, and using this method they can also manipulate their tailed beast if it is released. When it comes to sealing jutsu, no one can compare to the Uzumaki clan and Konoha. What a ruthless way! Akaban was secretly shocked. The location of Land of Rivers belongs to the buffer zone. It has been annexed for a few minutes, and the threat of Land of Wind to Land of Fire is a bit more serious. No matter from which angle, Konoha cannot sit by and watch Hidden Sand Village enter Land of Rivers. Akaban thought for a long time, feeling that there was no good way to do this. After all, Danza and the Anbu went to the country of Uzumaki, and Konoha only left with Sarutabi Hiruzen and the rest of Jonin and Chunin. Such a scale is no longer enough to open up another battlefield. By the way, your comics spread in both the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth. Hiruzen took out another scroll, somewhat smiling. Apart from going to Land of Whirlpools, the Anbu has also penetrated into the other countries and monitored their every move. Obviously, these messages came from those Anbus. But Akaban himself knew that he didn't even have a caravan in these two countries. What's the matter? He picked it up and unlocked the code curiously. Suddenly, his expression was a little embarrassed. Kafirim is very popular in the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth, and has reached the point where a book is hard to find. Yes. Not One Piece or Naruto, but the Kafirim. Akaban has a headache. After reading it, he put it down and said stiffly, "This is painted by an author called Shinosuke, and it has nothing to do with me." All right. Hiruzen smiled and put away all the scrolls that conveyed the message. Saying this to Akaban, he also has a certain purpose. Among Konoha, Uzumaki Mito is the strongest in sealing jutsu. Apart from her, there are some jonins who are more or less skilled, but not proficient. Originally, Hiruzen's idea couldn't hit him, but Uzumaki clan gave Akaban the sealing jutsu scroll, so in theory, Akaban has the possibility of learning all the sealing jutsu. At the same time, most recently, Uzumaki Tomiko has been learning sealing jutsu. As a last resort, he might ask Akaban or Uzumaki Tomiko to be dispatched, and follow the team to sneak into Sand Village and unlock the seal on Shukaku Jinchu Uriki. Akaban knew this well. In major events such as war and the village, Hiruzen would never joke about it. Walking out of the office building, he felt very heavy. There must be sacrifices in war, but when it's your turn, this feeling is completely different. I hope that Sand Village will not be so mentally retarded, and I have to earn points. Akaban admits that he is lazy and afraid of death, but if they want Uzumaki Tomiko to go, he would rather go on his own. At least he was 60 to 70% sure that he can escape alive. After coming out of Hokage building, the small open space in front of the bulletin board is full of people in 3 circles. Many people criticized him when he became a mentor at a young age, but Akaban's level is even without the special on it, he is still a Jonin level. Therefore, even with so many people around, the overall order is not chaotic. Furthermore, everyone is curious and enthusiastic. After all, the preparation department replaced the Shinobi team system, and there were many questions that everyone was anxious to understand, so as not to affect the future of their children. The shadow clone answered patiently, explaining some questions about the preparation department, and at the same time explaining questions about the job fair, which was quite devoted. Akaban listened for a while and secretly gave the clone a thumbs up. Then he left. There is a clone who is responsible for answering the work, and there is a shortage of labor for daily painting. So Akaban can only return to the comic shop and shoulder the hard work of painting himself. But before that, he must first inform these friends of his of the specific time of the job fair. How about walking or finding a conveyance? Akaban thought for a long time, and a dream to per figure flashed in his mind. It's been a long time since he has been summoned. And he doesn't know how well that fellow has cultivated and has he mastered the secret technique of the Tapir family. And since it's the right time, he bit his finger and summoned him. The technique formula was aroused, a burst of smoke filled, and then the familiar little dream Tapir appeared in front of his eyes. Wow, Akaban-sama, comics. When the little Tapir was called out, and after sensing the surroundings, he ran out of the lounge like crazy and plunged into the pile of comics. At this moment, it seemed to have run out of prison, and its eyes were fascinated after being comics. Hello, brother Yunlane, show me the comics I haven't read before, the comics I haven't updated in a long time, I'm dying. Akaban chased it out. But little Dream Tapir jumped extremely flexibly. He doesn't know if there is any improvement in his proficient ability, but the physical quality of this little guy has obviously improved greatly. Good thing. He was a little relieved, at least he didn't wait in vain during this time. Ah, young master, this is. You pick a whole set and give it to this guy. Akaban smiled. Kurama Yunlane had to bring out a complete set of Naruto, One Piece, and even Jiraiya's Love in the Desert. And as if it's a treasure, little Dream Tapir stored it directly as all the comics Yunlane pack disappeared in thin air. Have you taken it all? Of course, many people in my clan want to see it. Akaban-sama never called before, so they complained to me and thought I was being lazy and didn't train enough, so they. You. Little Tapir felt he was wronged, since a bunch of elders who wanted to read the follow-up directed their anger at him. Hearing it, Akaban didn't have the slightest sympathy and even wanted to give a thumbs up to the elders of the Dream Tapir family. However, it suddenly appeared in his mind that the Slug Fairy hated the Dream Tapir, so he pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know the 3 holy places? Mount Mibaku, Shikotsu Forest, Raikai Cave." Dreamweaver was reading the comic, and when Akaban asked a question, he immediately answered. TL/N, Dreamweaver is the name of Akaban's summoned Dream Tapir. "Come on, let's go in and talk." Akaban carried it into the lounge with the comic that it was reading and set it on the table in front of him. Dreamweaver was in fury when Akaban disturbed him, but he didn't dare to show it, so his nose shrank, and asked vigilantly, "What is it? You seem to be able to pull other people into dreams. Why don't you go back and tell your clan so that they can help me promote the comics and change the dreams into animation?" Akaban laughed strangely. Comic Dreamland. Dreamweaver's mind was a little confused, and he talks for a while. "Yeah, it's like this." Akaban swish drew the next few pages, and then directly used the illusion jutsu, dragging Dreamweaver onto the illusion. In the illusion, there is a story of comic characters, and there is also a comic book just drawn in front of Weaving Dream. It says clearly above, Naruto, author, Kurama Akaban. Dreamweaver flipped through the book, and it was almost the same as a real comic book. He was a little surprised and said, "This is also okay. But what's the use of sharing the comics with those toads and snakes? Don't share them all, like this." Akaban's illusion continues. This is the scene of Nine Tails rampaging on Konoha, and the plot in the comic is also the same. But in the next second, when Naruto was born and the scene shifted to Naruto's graffiti in the Hokage statue, the comics and fantasy scenes freeze at the same time. Why stop? Dreamweaver was stunned for a moment, and after careful consideration, he suddenly figured it out. Intentionally held them in the plot. If the other side is curious, they will definitely collect comics, otherwise, they will not be able to know the next plot. The Dream Tapirs should be a little more nauseous and give out comic streams intermittently whether they are interested or not. If the summoned beasts are not interested, they will go crazy, but if they are interested, they will still go crazy. And they will be like a malignant tumor. Dreamweaver was agitated all over, and muttered in his heart secretly, when it comes to scheming, humans are still the #1 leader. How about it? Akaban smiled. But if we do it, the reputation of our family. The little Dream Tapir is very entangled. The method is a good method. The greater the emotional fluctuation of the target, the more spiritual energy they can steal, but will it be too hateful? Akaban sneered. He just contracted a summoned beast that is good at dreams, but he was already hated by the slug immortals like that. Do you Dream Tapir clan still has a reputation among the summoned beasts? Dreamweaver obviously knew it too, so he coughed to ease the embarrassment, and then said, "I'll talk to the elders in the clan and see what they do. Just bring it to you." Akaban didn't mind this. Anyway, the impact on the Dream Tapir family is not great, and those who want to come will agree. Afterwards, he waited for Dreamweaver to finish reading a volume before he asked, "How are you training recently?" "Learned a lot of secrets, I won't be so embarrassed this time." Little Tapir answered with confidence. Its mental power has not grown much, but after learning the secret, it can borrow mental power from its contractor. From Akaban, he feels a very strong mental power, and it is absolutely no problem to maintain various skills. Your skills can be used remotely, right? As long as you can feel it. Dreamweaver added lest Akaban overestimates its abilities. Very well, I will feel it, you help me contact them. Dreamweaver tapped his hooves, seeming to release some kind of secret technique. What follows? Akaban felt that his spirit was linked to it, and the picture he perceives was also shared by it. Who is the target? Dreamweaver is full of confidence. Akaban's mind moved and marked all the people who needed to be contacted. No problem. Dreamweaver mobilized his chakra and began to create dreams. It didn't take long for the dream to develop, but Akaban felt bad. His mental energy dropped sharply and directly by nearly 20%. He hurriedly shouted, "Save my energy, I just want to test it, I don't need too many things in the dream." Oh. Dreamweaver quickly changed his strategy. Akaban felt that the wastage was much less. In the end, it consumed about 2.5 and completed the construction of the dream. At the same time, he himself appeared in the dream. To save chakras, there is a blank in the dream. Everyone appeared one after another and was taken aback when seeing this scene. Don't be afraid, this is my summoned beast dream. I told you before that Genin will belong to the internal Genin organization of the preparation department. Tomorrow morning our preparation department's job fair will be held at the gate of Konoha. If you have time, please go to the gate of Konoha to help the preparation department. Akaban spoke very quickly, and since they had already agreed with him before, so this time he just told the specific time and place, not too detailed. Understood. After everyone answered, Akaban hurriedly ordered Dreamweaver to cut the connection. Too much consumption. Akaban took a few breaths, just a few seconds of networking, consuming nearly 30% of his mental power. If this continues, when can the LAN be built? What a headache. But after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Don't dream tapers feed on spiritual energy? Can they draw other people's power from dreams? It is reasonable to say that it should be possible to reinvest the absorbed spiritual energy to maintain the consumption of dreams. Why is it all consumed by myself this time? He figured out the reason, and suddenly looked at the little guy fiercely and asked, "Did you use all my mental energy, and also eat it all by yourself?" This, of course not, you have misunderstood. Dreamweaver eyes panicked and looked randomly, obviously with a guilty conscience. I knew it must be your fault, otherwise how could it consume so much? Akaban raised his eyebrows and closed the comic little Tapir was reading. Dreamweaver knew that he was caught red-handed, and sat on the table with a pitiful look. But this is a disguise. He knows this guy is very shrewd. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, the LAN he is planning for the future will definitely be delayed. He sat down and said, "If you do this next time, I won't give you any more comics. You hear me? You only know how to threaten me with this." Dreamweaver mumbled as he pressed the comics, fearing that Akaban would snatch them away. After looking at Akaban, he knew that the young master was not joking. As a result, it conceded, "I know, I'm just greedy, I did it because I can grow faster if I eat more." Okay, you don't have to be sad since I'm going to let you eat, but you can't do this during battles. Akaban touched its head. The loss of mental energy can be recovered, and with his mental power, it is not a big problem to give it a little every time. Really? The little dream tapir was ecstatic. It jumped up instantly and rubbed Akaban's hand, then sat down with joy and continued to read his own comic. It hasn't come out for a long time, and a lot of updates have accumulated, and it is too busy to read. Okay. You go back first. If you want to take away a set of comics, go to Brother Yun Lane and ask for it. My side is also very busy. Akaban rubbed his temple tiredly. With so much mental energy wasted, when the shadow clone returns, he may not be able to withstand that moment of fatigue. But at least the local area network has been turned on for a while, although it is only a few seconds. I hope I can last longer next time. If it weren't for this guy taking his fill, it wouldn't have been so costly. Akaban murmured secretly in his heart. The more people he pulls on his dreams, the greater the consumption he gets, but at the same time the more spiritual energy he can obtain. In a sense, it is possible to reduce one's own consumption to the greatest extent by obtaining the spiritual energy of the other party. The premise is that a certain beast does not take it for itself. He sighed softly, although he had already warned it once, but why the more he thought about it, the more he felt his summoned beast was unreliable. The little dream tapir came back from outside. It seems that it has gotten a lot of comics, and he can see obvious satisfaction from the beast's face. Don't forget to tell your family about me. Akaban once again reminds it. Although this little beast has high wisdom, it has some characters that are really hard to handle, and it has to be asked again and again. I know. Also, when you update, you must call me again. The little dream tapir is reluctant to leave. This comic house is like a treasure to it. There are endless comics here. It would be so happy to live here forever. Unfortunately, it was not possible. Bang! With a bang, it returned to the dream tapir family through a jutsu. Master, your summoned dream tapir took away 10 sets. Does it need that much? Kurama Yunlane counted, and he couldn't help but feel pain. He thought that the little guy couldn't hold much by himself, so he didn't think that the other party would know how to use ninjutsu, as he ate it all with one chop. It's only 10 sets, only 2 or 3,000 ryo, don't be so stingy. Akaban scolded. Although they were all given away for free. He doesn't know how many summoned beasts will be interested in comics. Forget it, don't think too much. First, update the comics in front of you. Today's One Piece comics can only be drawn by himself. I am afraid it will be too late if he doesn't do it. On Mount Mibaku, apart from Jiraiya training, he was also learning how to improve his art from the Kafirime comic. He has borrowed it for 3 days. In the past 3 days, he has been studying its advantages and mastering its most essential part. It's difficult, but fortunately, he has made some progress recently. Does it make sense for you to study this boring thing all day? A big toad jumped over, with a newly caught bug curled on its tongue. Gamabunter, this is the most supreme art of mankind. Hayes tilde forget it, you are a toad, you don't understand our human art. When Jiraiya said that, he had a lonely aura of a master. Gamabunter looked too disdainfully and then said, for things like this, I would rather not understand it. You have to focus on your training if you want to surpass that snake kid. No, what I want to surpass now is not a boring person like Orochimaru, but him Shinosuke. Jiraiya also pointed to the author of the comic. Gamabunter was too silent for a moment, obviously not understanding Jiraiya's boring thoughts. However, the next second, Jiraiya with a swish sound drew a picture. What he drew was 2 toads, one male and one female. And the two were put together doing something only toads know. Puff tilde W, what did you draw? Gamabunter exclaimed as he pulled his weapon away. You can't tell the expression of the toad just from its expression, but by listening to their voice, you will know that it is very excited for an unknown reason. Ha 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 ha, although there are different aesthetics, art is common to all races. Jiraiya is also triumphant. Although this uncle is really strong, the toad was still intoxicated with his painting skills. Idiot, don't draw such boring things. As Gamabunter spoke, something seemed to be brewing in its mouth. Wait, don't tilde. Jiraiya was also aware of the danger. Ignoring other things, he took the lead in rushing to grab Kefirime in his arms. Water style _Iron Cannon Jade. A big spit directly affects the sketch of the toad Jiraiya drew and turned it into powder. He quickly checked the book in his arms, and after confirming that there was no damage, he was relieved. That was close. Gamabunter squatted like a boss with a knife and a cigarette. Che, we both have this relationship, what a tight pretense. Jiraiya muttered as he carefully put away the comic, Gamabunter coming to find himself, indicating that the painful training time was about to begin again. Complete your ninjutsu training first. Okay, I know. Jiraiya also sighed and began to train the nature change of the fire attribute chakra. Gamabunter on the other hand squatted on the side. The current Jiraiya is far from being Gamabunter's opponent. It is this fact that few Kasaku dares to rest assured that Gamabunter can supervise Jiraiya training alone. Otherwise, with Jiraiya's sloppy personality, if they let him train alone, I am afraid that in half an hour, they don't know which bathhouse he will go to when he returns to Konoha. Ryuchi Cave. Ichikishima lay in her residence and went into a dormant state as usual. However, at this time, she had a strange dream. In her dream, there is a huge monster fox, which releases a terrifying chakra all over its body, hissing to the sky, and then madly destroying everything around it. The picture is grand. But what is this dream? Cultivating to the point where they are, the idle dreams can no longer interfere with their sleep. So she understood it in just a moment. It's those nasty flies again. She gritted her teeth, and for snakes who like to sleep, dreams are simply their most disgusting existence. But in the dream, even she has no choice but to slowly break free. Ichikishima was cracking the dream while observing the situation of the dream and seeing what tricks these annoying dream tapers wanted to do. Not long after, a book appeared. At the same time, a man's voice appeared in the dream. A ninja consumed his life to seal the demon fox, and he died with his wife saving their son. Then, the dream changed. A huge statue appeared in the distance. The statue was covered with paint and looked funny. Well, is this the human world? It's really chaotic as ever. She looked at it and thought this book was pretty good. It would be okay for the dream tapers to take in a little spiritual energy if such a service was needed. With her strength, the spiritual energy escaping from her dream can be quickly restored, so the dream of the dream taper will not have much impact on her strength. With the comics in the dreams, Ichikishima read it with gusto and couldn't help but praise. Well, you dream tapers also know how to provide high-quality services. It is no longer the kind of rigid and disgusting mentally retarded dream. If you like it, I will come again next time. The dream taper gave a weird smile. Wait. When Ichikishima reacted, the dream began to collapse, and the book and the picture were all shattered in an instant. At the same time, she woke up. She was left on a cliffhanger. She wants to take back what she said before, these dream tapers are as annoying as ever. Damn it, with the dream's rigid mind, it is impossible for them to come up with such a thing. I must know who instigated them to do it. Ichikishima gritted her teeth. Naruto. It must be from Konoha, although the author's name has been erased. As long as we find people related to Konoha, it's not difficult to know who did it. Manda seems to have signed a contract with a little kid from Konoha, and if I ask him to ask which little kid is the cause, well, he can ask the kid to bring a whole set back. Afterwards, she left her residence and went to where Manda was. The recruitment fair of the Ninja Reserve Department is now open. Those who are interested in applying for the job, go to the gate of Hidden Leaf Village today. Ask for. Banners hang all over Konoha's major streets. Akaban sat in the temporary shed set up by the guard at the door, waiting for Chunins to apply for the job. Around him, a bunch of friends of his age were busy helping with some trivial tasks of recruitment, while Shimi and Ishi sat there, sorting out some information. These materials were submitted to his shadow clone during the Q&A session yesterday. Those people are quite interested in the teacher position and ask the most diligently. Not long after, more than a dozen Chunin came, and they were ready to apply for the position. Aren't they genin? But seeing the little kids working in the shed, these Chunin ninjas become hesitant. It is hard to say that these little kids are also the staff of the preparation department. Hello, we genin will serve you wholeheartedly. You genin will. The Chunin were at a loss. Inuzuka Ishii ignored their confused look as he patiently explained to them, in the preparatory department, there will be a genin institute. The purpose of this institute is to assist teachers in managing the training and learning of genins. So that's how it is. This is much more convenient. Because with these institutions, they can leave trivial things to them. The Chunin immediately understood. May I ask what positions you are applying for? We already have theoretical lecturers here, but we still lack ninja tool training instructors and latent training instructors. Inuzuka Ishii familiarly reported all the currently missing positions. After hearing Ishii, the confusion on the Chunin faces turned into hesitation. Because there are too many positions, and they don't know which one to choose. Not far away, Akaban was enjoying the coolness in the shed under the shade of the trees, while quietly paying attention to the situation there. For now, the genin will be led by Inuzuka Ishii. Because although it's his first time, he can handle them confidently and orderly without any confusion. Those Chunin turned around and finally seemed to determine the position they were applying for. I hope I can end the recruitment today, otherwise I will be too tired. Shimi sat down and looked listlessly at the front. Don't be so dull, someone is coming. Akaban poked him, then adjusted his posture, waiting for the man to come. The visitor is about 30 years old and looks very serious. When he walked in front of them, he slowly sat down and said, I'm curious, you hired these mentors, but what do you do? Akaban glanced at the information card and raised his brow slightly. Shiranyu Ryosuke, Special Jonin, is good at ninja tool manipulation, earth style, fire style, and is a very strong guy in some aspects. But this time, he came, obviously not just to apply, but to find fault. Is it personal reasons, or family? Shiranyu is a small clan, and their family is not thriving, probably similar to a clan such as Yai. Akaban thought in his mind, but his mouth didn't stop as he said, as the chief training instructor, I am responsible for planning and guiding the training of the preparation department. What needs to be responsible is not simply teaching, but what to teach, how to teach, and only in this way can the students' combat effectiveness be maximized so that they can blend into the battlefield as soon as they are on the battlefield. How are you going to achieve it? Do you think that such teaching can be better than a Jonin leading the team? Shiranui Ryosuke said. Oh, so he is a defender of the old system. Akaban understood something in his heart, and changed his tone. No, an experienced shinobi personally leading the team is naturally better than group training, but does the Jonin in the village have this time? Besides, there are so many genin in the village, why is that? Because they lacked a Jonin teacher. So they could only return to the ninja academy. Shiranui Ryosuke fell silent. Jonin level is relatively the leadership level of the army. Especially during the war where Jonin was needed the most. Our preparatory department is to develop students' abilities to the greatest extent, and then observe what direction they are good at, and implement the previous system of leading the team for talented people. Akaban said slowly. Comprehensive training, layered selection, teaching based on the best, and teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Shiranui Ryosuke is not an idiot, and he basically understood Akaban's philosophy after listening. To put it plainly, the purpose of the preparation department is not to teach elites such as the upper and lower ninjas, but to quantify the middle and lower ninja classes. For big families, this seems to be useless, but many civilians who were originally incapable of promotion due to their talents may be trained in schools and promoted from the lower to the middle. Chunin is the real mainstay of the war. Shiranui Ryosuke was silent for a long time, and finally sat down on his knees and bowed deeply and apologized. I'm very sorry, I questioned the decision of you and the village. I don't know if I have the honor to become the ninja tutor of the preparatory department. Normally, screening and competition are required. Akaban hesitated. According to the normal process, an applicant had to go this way, but the other party was special Jonin. In addition, why did a special Jonin apply for this job? So he thought the other party was looking for trouble. Seeming to understand his doubts, Shiranui Ryosuke stretched out his foot and said, My leg was injured in the war and cannot be completely recovered, so I don't have the ability to go to the battlefield, but if I just teach ninjas, it shouldn't trouble me. Akaban took a look. His legs were covered with hideous scars, especially the scar on his knee. It looks like an arrow in the knee. No longer possesses the flexibility of W ninja, indeed can no longer be a normal ninja. Shimi hesitated for a moment and said, Why don't we exempt you? Ha ha ha, don't worry, it's not that bad, I don't think I will lose to anyone, I implore you to let me follow the normal process. Shiranui Ryosuke said as he got up. He got up very slowly, obviously, his right leg was not that good. Akaban fell into thought. He doesn't know Shiranui Ryosuke's situation, but it really exceeded his expectations, and it also reminded him of something. In the village, there is not only Ryosuke, a special Jonin who have the same problem, as there are also many other ninjas who are unable to go to the battlefield due to their injuries. Although these people have various defects, they have extremely rich battlefield experience and unquestionable strength. Therefore, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Please wait for a moment, I will ask the third Hokage-sama and mention to him the matter just now. These people are absolutely precious to the preparation department. Akaban got up, leaving behind the clone and Shimi and others as he left. Hiring these special ninjas can not only solve the problem of the instructor but also help some ninjas who have difficulties but still have the aspirations to contribute to the village. Of course, not every ninja with disabilities can be like Shiranui Ryosuke who can still teach students normally, so the official mentor recruitment here does not need to be cancelled. He rushed all the way to the Hokage building, mentioned the matter to the third Hokage and expressed his thoughts. Hiruzen fell into contemplation. Regarding disabled ninjas, the village has always used financial subsidies and compensation to help them. But in this form, your idea is very good. Not only the reserve department, but the guards can also hire these special Chunin as consultants. The third Hokage understanding diverged, and various ideas quickly came to mind. The wars of this age were not accompanied by medical nin. Most ninja that got a heavy injury died on the battlefield. Only special Chunin and Chunin had the chance to survive and receive medical treatment from the rear. But even if they are healed, there is no superb medical ninjutsu, only simple medical ninjutsu combined with drugs, and they will not heal at all. Therefore, there are quite a lot of disabled Chunin in the previous World War I. Some of them have returned to their posts without affecting the battle, but many have lost the ability to go to the battlefield and do missions. Letting them join these positions is indeed a very good plan for Konoha, who is now in the dark. I will immediately hold a meeting to collect a list of seriously disabled ninjas, and arrange them as consultants and specially appointed teachers to join the Ninja Academy, the guards, and the reserve department. You don't have to worry about this. I will arrange it. Hiruzen were very decisive and immediately started to act after making a decision, as he even left Akaban behind. But although he was all alone, Akaban was so happy. With the third Hokage initiating to do it, he doesn't need to do anything. There are his shadow clones and Shimi and others sitting at the job fair, and they don't seem to need help for the time being. Thinking about it this way, isn't that mean he can relax again? An unconcealable smile appeared on his face, and after Hiruzen left, he returned to the comic shop with great joy. Young master, what are you doing here? Ha ha ha, I am a shadow clone, I come back to draw comics. Akaban said with a smile. Oh tilde. Kurama Yunlane nodded knowingly. He didn't ask again but continued to arrange the comics. Looking at him, he seems to be looking for some preceding comics and he couldn't help but ask. What are you doing? Orochimaru sent someone over and said that he needed 5 sets of comics. He is very busy now, so he let me send them to him. Kurama Yunlane searched for a while and finally found the first comic that was previously under the box. Want 5 sets? Akaban was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. It seems the Dream to Per family started their work faster than he thought. I'll send it off, you don't know where he is. Akaban took the initiative. Since he wants to ask what is going on. Kurama Yunlane was shocked. Is this the clone of the young master? How is it completely different from the main body, so diligent that he even took over the work of errands? He stupidly gave him 5 sets of comics. Akaban took it, and immediately went to Orochimaru Laboratory. The research institute has already started reconstruction, and it is estimated that it will be opened together with the preparation department. So during this time, Orochimaru will have to work in the Anbu laboratory first. But Danza has already left, and the one currently in charge of the Anbu is a Baramyum, so there is no pressure on him when he enters. And it didn't take long for him to find the laboratory. Orochimaru just finished his research and sat there while communicating with a snake. Orochimaru, here is your comic. Akaban went in and put 5 sets of comics. The little snake glanced at Akaban, then at the comics on the table. It nodded in satisfaction and said, very well, Lord Manda is very satisfied with your sacrifice. After it finished speaking, It swallowed the comics in one mouthful and delivered it to the hidden cave of Ryuchi through the reversed summoning jutsu. Sacrifice for Manda. Akaban froze for a moment, remembering a setting in the Naruto. Every time Orochimaru summoned Manda, he must offer certain sacrifices, but after his comic was known in Ryuchi Cave, will it be? Orochimaru, this time you have to pay 100 comics as a sacrifice, otherwise I will eat you. Well, this déjà vu is very strong. Orochimaru sighed lightly. After the snake left, he said painfully, I don't know what happens to Manda, but he suddenly sent someone this morning and said that he wanted 5 sets of manga as a sacrifice. Of course, it's because of the dream to Per. Akaban said inwardly. However, he still felt that something was wrong. Manda was so big, so how could he read such a small comic? Furthermore, these 5 sets. Could it be the other snakes will also read it? By the way, aren't you at a job fair today? Orochimaru felt it was a little strange. For such an important thing as a job fair, is there still time to send comics? Or are you being lazy again? There is Shadow Clone over there, absolutely foolproof, and I mainly came out to find the third Hokage halfway to talk about the village disabled Jonin's return to work. Akaban quickly explained himself. Orochimaru thought about it after hearing it and quickly understood. Planning to let those people join the preparation department. This is a good way. Jonin is the precious natural resource of the village. If it can be reused, it is absolutely good for the village. Recently, I was wondering if I can learn to use puppet parts to replace the lost limbs of the ninjas. If it can be done. He picked up the little book and was flipping through his booklet. At this moment, the snake appeared again. What are you doing again? Orochimaru hasn't even summoned Manda yet. But they still want him to pay a fee for it. And now that the comic has been taken, how come it come back again? Lord Manda want to ask you, who is Kurama Akaban? Kurama Akaban? I don't know. Orochimaru is very smart. If these snakes are thinking about Akaban, there is nothing good about it, so it's better not to give any information out. The little snake didn't believe it. Because Manda said, this person named Akaban is definitely in Konoha. It tossed its tail and then said, Kurama Akaban is very good at creating comics. So there are few elders who are very interested in him. If you are interested, you might as well come to my Ryuchi Cave. Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru was shocked and could not speak for a while. The Snake Clan who had his own summoned scroll contract came from Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 holy places, and he didn't know this until now. However, no one in Ryuchi Cave really got along well, and he didn't want to use Akaban as bait. So you live in Ryuchi Cave? Well, we Snake Clan are all hidden in the Ryuchi Cave, then I will leave first. After speaking, the little snake curled up his body, stimulated by the technique to leave the place, and visually he returned to the cave of the snakes. Orochimaru survived the initial shock and gradually calmed down. He was just a little surprised, but think about it carefully, not to mention whether Manda has mastered the mystery of Senjutsu. Even if it is mastered, its behavior is not as easy to discuss. Knowing this, he can't help but feel a little envious of Jiraiya. He can enter Mount Mibaku Mountain by casually using summoning arts and get the summoned scroll of the Toad family, and he got even treated as the son of destiny. Sigh tilde. Orochimaru sighed helplessly. His magical powers could not defeat fate, so what he could do was only work hard on his goal. In comparison, Akaban had no plans to go to Ryuchi Cave. With a bunch of ferocious snakes, if someone fails the trial, they will only become a good of the snakes. Although the saint mode is indeed powerful, the process is too difficult. Moreover, he already has the Dream to Per family. Although he still doesn't know the strength of the Dream to Per family, but judging from the degree of their notoriety, their strength should not be lost to the three holy places. Of course, when it comes to fighting head-on, he can't count on them. Even Danza's summoned beasts are as crisp as paper. But it didn't mean they are weak, as Akaban has a complete plan for the use of the Dream to Per family ability. By the way, you just said to emulate the hidden sand village puppet. Yes, puppet production can also be used to transform the human body. I wrote down this subject when I saw your comics before, but I have never had time. If I can study it, I think there are some Chunin in the village that have the ability to return to the battlefield. Orochimaru opened his notes and then showed Akaban what was recorded on this page. What was written was the production patterns of various prostheses. In the theoretical diary below, it is written about the possibility of puppets replacing human limbs and reducing the disability rate. Orochimaru noticed Akaban's gaze and explained, "This unit's medical jutsu is very good. I don't think this plan is necessary. However, it should not be difficult to restore a Jonin missing limbs with this prosthetic. You can try it first on a big beast. There is no doubt about the success rate. This thing is not dangerous, after all, it is not directly on the body, but that part of their body that was missing. But the only thing to consider is how to realize the technology of prosthetic imprinting if the arm is defective. This subject is difficult." Obviously, Orochimaru also thought about it. He pondered for a moment and said, "For the time being, we should first understand the manufacture of puppet limbs and then consider the issue of ninjutsu." "Then please." With his curiosity being satisfied, and seeing that the other party is about to work again, Akaban consciously chooses to leave. Peeking next door, this unit is not in the laboratory. It seems she is busy. In such a comparison, he finally felt how lazy he is. He obviously needed to recruit today, but he ran out by myself. Full of guilt. Forget it, go back and continue painting. 80% of the Anbu went to the Uzumaki kingdom. And his points have risen very slowly recently. After saving for these 2 days, he has only collected 1,000 points. If he didn't update more, I'm afraid there will be fewer points he will receive. In the Ryuchi cave, Ichikishima held the comic and turned the pages of the book enthusiastically. "You are actually interested in human things. Although what was painted is a boring struggle between humans, it is really interesting to look at. The child named Orochimaru is not honest, so call him in next time and let him have good torture." She stretched out her tongue, her face suddenly turned into a snake spirit turning into a hideous and terrifying existence. Tagiri indifferently said, "Even Manda hasn't fully grasped the power of Senjutsu, even more how that kid, unless he finds it himself, he won't even have the qualifications to come to Ryuchi Cave." "Don't say that, Manda shouldn't find such a stupid partner." Ichikishima tumbling in the air holding a comic book. Manda was also invaded by the dream anime of the Dream to Per, but its nature is not interested in these comics at all. If it were not for Ichikishima and the others, it would not bother to give Orochimaru this shameful order. Who knows, but Manda seems to be very hungry. Ichikishima twitched her lips. The status and strength of the snakes in Ryuchi Cave are also between high and low. Among them, the white snake sage is the highest, and the 3 snake fairy are responsible for the trial. They have trained the power of sage human transformation, second only to the white snake sage. And she as one of the White Snake Fairy is much stronger than Manda. As for Manda, in the ordinary snake clan, its strength is indeed very powerful. Ichikishima in the form of a small loli turned around. She was not interested in writing round eyes. She just looked at it casually until the Orochimaru appeared in the comics. Hey, this Orochimaru, the painting really looks like our snake clan. Ichikishima moved to the side of Tagiri and instantly showed her the comic. Tagiri glanced at it. Just looking at the appearance, it fits the aesthetics of the snake tribe, but unfortunately, it is humankind. She retracted her gaze and said, "It's nothing worth to be addicted to human creations. I heard that Konoha has other comics besides this Naruto." Next time asked Orochimaru to offer the other book as a sacrifice. "But it's so troublesome as I have to go through Manda first. Why is the person named Akaban, not my summoned blood contract partner? So I can directly summon him to Ryuchi Cave and draw comics for me, without using these methods." Ichikishima sighed regretfully. Once the psychic blood contract is concluded, it is difficult to change it unless the other party blood contract is killed. However, although the dream to prefrontal combat power is not strong, it has a set of harassment methods, and it is difficult to find the place where they live. So for the time being, even the White Snake Fairy can't end the position of the Dream to Per family. Just forget it. Looking at the remaining half comics that have not been read yet, she was a little bit reluctant to finish it, and after reading it, she would live a boring dormant life again. After reading a chapter, she glanced around and found that Tagiri had gone. It seems that I am not the only one who likes it. Although she said she despises it, she still took the other copy. Ichikishima secretly complained in her heart. There are 4 of the gift sets of comics that was brought here, and although the other 2 said that they were not interested in it, but the other set still disappeared. Is it possible that it disappeared just because they were staring at it? Don't be funny. She spits out a snake language and continued to read the comics. This little thing is really good to pass the boring time. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for the dozens of comics to be read. Although there is not much feeling in the plot, she only felt that it was too little. She just read it and it was already over. She fell down listlessly. Before the change, she would sleep directly regardless of other things. Anyway, for the snake, sleeping was also very enjoyable. But now it's different. Having seen the entertainment in the world, she can no longer satisfy herself by sleeping even with 1,000 years of sleep. Let Manda do some more, it's not enough. It didn't take long. Orochimaru received another letter from Manda. Want comics? He was going crazy. They are a cruel snake clan, how could they suddenly become like this? Such a big snake has no hands, how can a small comic book be opened? Is it possible for a bunch of snakes to lick it with their tongues? Besides, it takes 2 or 3 times a day, which is too frequent. Who can stand it? So he had no choice but to go out in person and come to the comic shop. This time he won't care about what kind of comics. As long as Akaban's comics are available, he will pack a copy and use summoning jutsu to summon the snake that serves as the middle messenger and let it take it away and send it to Manda. This time there was no movement for a long time. So Orochimaru is no longer so irritable and is ready to go back and continue his research after calming down. Akaban was very distressed and didn't even dare to come out to comfort him. After all, at that time, in the final analysis, he let his summoned dream to play a wave of dream advertisements. Although he won't know who is in love with the comics, there are only so few snakes who can order Manda like a lackey. So he can't afford to provoke them. I'm sorry Orochimaru, I will give you a few more ideas later for your research. I'm sorry about this time. Akaban apologized silently in his heart. After that, he drew 3 updates of One Piece, and ready to take a breather, but suddenly at this time, Jiraiya also came in a rush. Brother Yunlane, give me 10 sets of Naruto comics. Kurama Yunlane smiled and asked, Jiraiya, where is my book K5? This, wait a minute, I'll pay you the money first. Jiraiya also scratched his head awkwardly. Because he was busy practicing, he didn't have much time to study K5 painting skills. Now he is still far behind, and he can only pay 400 Ryo. Okay, there is One Piece, Naruto, and the newly introduced manga, Love in the Desert. In addition, Orochimaru also buys a lot of comics today. How many sets do you want? Kurama Yunlane smiled brightly. Orochimaru patronized a lot today, contributing tens of thousands of Ryo, and this one might also be doing the same. But he overestimated Jiraiya's wallet. Most recently, this child who was on Mount Mibaku has not been on a mission. And although Orochimaru is the same, he still benefited from his various researches. So his wallet has been bulging, but Jiraiya is different. Except for the income of the mission, he only has the share of the comic Kindly Desert. Although there are a lot of them, one volume is only 100 Ryo. After being divided, he has earned only thousands of Ryo. Therefore, Jiraiya also fell into hesitation. Looking at his dilapidated wallet, he realized his poverty, and finally put a finger, give me 2 sets of both. All 2 sets, yes, please wait a moment. Although very disappointed, the 2 sets were also quite high in sales. So he quickly turned around and began to organize the comics in the shop. By the way, you don't need to include my book. Jiraiya also added another sentence. Anyway, the toads do not understand human art, and buying them will only hurt his wallet. It is better to save some money. Kurama Yunlane quickly searched. Before long, he made 2 sets of One Piece and Naruto. Akaban didn't come out and watched in secret in the lounge. These comics are obviously not for him, and it seems that his business on Mount Mibaku has also successfully expanded. Dream to per advertising ability is very strong. But think about it, he felt it was not strange since a dream that cannot be rejected is the most disgusting psoriasis advertisement in the new era of ninja. He sighed for a while, then opened the system panel. In just half a day, his points panel has soared for a while, and now his total points have reached more than 3,000. Sure enough, the Immortal is different, with just 5 volumes. More than 2,000 points were received. Unfortunately, after this wave of fleece, there are very few such surges. Well, but logically speaking, the strength of those immortals should be able to raise even more. That means that not all like to read his comics. Akaban sighed regretfully. After all, comics are not something that everyone likes to read. What's more, there is still a gap between aesthetics and views between snakes and people. Not everyone sees it normally. Forget it. At any rate, it is better to have gained so many points than nothing. He doesn't know how many points Mount Mibaku toads can give. He was full of expectations. Although his physical fitness and mental power are improved, it seems he can only change his 3,000 points for 13 attributes points. But it is not really strange since it's not easy to improve a Chunin level ninja physical or mental power. Perhaps small progress will require years and decades of hard work. In comparison, this point exchange is a very fast shortcut. This is money, collect it. Jiraiya also took out his wallet and counted out a part of the money from it. Then he left. But it looks like he didn't plan to go back directly. Think about it, with Jiraiya's personality, he should go to the bathhouse. Otherwise, it's not weird for Jiraiya to lose his mind from watching Toad every day. Akaban stuck his chin out and looked through his exchange list. The story of the Chunin exam is about to reach its climax. Should I save some points to redeem ninjutsu? But think about it, there seems to be nothing worth redeeming. Wood style, impure world reincarnation. This ninjutsu are temporarily unavailable, and ninjutsu such as Dead Demon Consuming Seal, he passed on it since although it is a powerful sealing jutsu, it also needs sacrifice. Thinking about it this way, it's better to change some attributes. After spending more than 3,000 points in one breath, he added the 13 attribute points in his mental stats. Now he has a total of 113 points of mental power. Although the value is not much, Akaban feels that the improvement is not small, and the increase in his mental power will also increase his chakra. In general, the price-performance ratio of the exchange property is still the highest. Mount Mibaku at this time. A bunch of toads gathered together, jumping and around impatiently, and some were walking around boredly. Jiraiya, that brat, why hasn't he come back yet? Fukasaku Sage came back after strolling around and found that Jiraiya hadn't returned yet. Not only that. It seemed that everyone was very impatient. What the hell happened? He was puzzled. Everyone usually either cultivates or goes out hunting. There is not so much time to gather together. So today is very strange. My lord, those dream tapers are coming back to seize our energy. Not only that, but they also transformed their dreams into compulsory comics, so everyone has to read a comic called Naruto. Gamabunter sighed softly, looking a little tired. He had been stolen a lot of spiritual energy. If it weren't for the fear that there were too many toads here, he would want to sleep. Forced to read a comic. Naruto. Fukasaku Sage suddenly thought of the comic with the nine-tailed demon fox on his mind. It was true that he hadn't read it for a while. That story is pretty good to kill time. He glanced a few times, pondered for a moment and then asked, when did Jiraiya leave? It's been a long time, and he hasn't come back yet. Gamabunter said listlessly. Bring him back through the reversed summoning, that kid must have gone to the bathhouse again. If you don't reverse summon him, you won't see him until tomorrow. On Mount Mibaku, on the understanding of Jiraiya, for the time being, Fukasaku Sage know him the best. Although Gamabunter said that he will be his partner in the future, it is only not long after they have just trained together, and the two have not even trained a stable cooperative relationship. When Fukasaku Sage said that, he then quickly directed everyone to prepare a reverse to summon the jutsu formula. Many toads are very energetic. It's not that they haven't been kindly let off by the dream taper, but they are full of enthusiasm when they think that there will be a comic here after they summon Jiraiya. It didn't take long for the chakras to condense and the operation was completed. Bang! After a burst of smoke, a figure appeared on the mountain. Jiraiya's body, who was still wet, appeared as his body emits steam from time to time, apparently he just soaking in the hot spring. Not only that. There is still an unspeakable smell on him. It is probably a hot spring in a mixed bath. Jiraiya, you brat! Gamabunter shouted as he had the urge to take his knife and chop this guy down. Sage, I was wrong, please let me go back to get my clothes and the comic book. Jiraiya was ashamed and felt a little regret. He was just about to say it, but he was suddenly summoned. When he went back, he was afraid that all the beautiful aunts had left already. Fukasaku Sage is very calm. He had expected this scene. Besides, he is used to it. Jiraiya also apologized as frequently as he made mistakes, and his confession was completely meaningless. But it's not a matter to let him be executed publicly in this way. As they needed the comic. So he glanced at him and nodded slowly. As if he received his pardon, Jiraiya hurriedly returned to Konoha. As he expected, those beautiful aunts were scared away when he suddenly disappeared. He becomes lost as if it's the end of the world. After soaking for an hour waiting for the beautiful aunts to come in the mixed bath, but the result? It's too hard. Jiraiya put on his clothes and returned to Mount Mibaku with the comics. Only then did he notice that there are at least 20 toads here. The big toads never came, mostly small toads, but these little toads are the most difficult to deal with. Each one is self-willed and presumptuous, and there are super strong parents behind them so that Jiraiya did not dare to make any comments on them. But that's not the problem right now. The most serious problem is that he only has 2 sets of comics. What should I do? He was panicking. Jiraiya, get out the comics. Gamabunta squatted down. Hurry up, I have to go back to sleep when I am done. The rest of the toads jumped over and surrounded Jiraiya, with the intention of not letting him go if he didn't give them a comic each. Not far away, Fukasaku Sage seeing this felt something was wrong. Gudong. Jiraiya swallowed his saliva, shaking his hands and took out the package from his arms. Afterwards, he unfolded the package. Looks like it's finally here, I look forward to it. I can finally read the comics. The little toads cried happily. However, the happier they are, the more flustered Jiraiya become. No matter how he thinks about this scene, he knew that he finish. If this group of toads find that there are only 2 chapters, he is afraid that they are going to let him buy the rest of the chapter for them. My purse. Here, I'll go back to Konoha first if it's okay. Jiraiya finally got out of the pile of toads. Little Toad is attracted by the comics, and Gamabunta is too trapped to move. This is an excellent opportunity. However, when he walked away for a few steps and wanted to return to Konoha, he found that there was an extra figure beside him. Looking down. Fukasaku Sage. This, I'm not going to run, the teacher is looking for something for me to do. Jiraiya defended himself. Don't worry, you have been in Mount Mibaku for this period of time. It is understandable that you have no money to buy comics. I just want to go to Konoha with you and meet this kid named Kurama Akaban. Fukasaku Sage jumped on his shoulder and motioned for him to use the jutsu. Worthy of being a sage. Jiraiya also retreated in an instant, and his careful thought was completely seen through. The rest of the toads obviously also found the problem. Although there are 2 different comics, there are only 4 chapters in total, which is not enough. They might jump up and pester Jiraiya and ask him to buy some more, but now Fukasaku Sage is next to Jiraiya. They dare not make too much trouble, so they can only share a book with a few toads. Gamabunta on the other hand just took a glance and went to sleep on the side. Jiraiya had no choice but to bring Fukasaku Sage to Konoha. He didn't know the purpose of Fukasaku Sage, but the toads of Mount Mibaku were relatively mild and would not pose a too terrible threat to Akaban. Even though he is a sage, he probably just going to take a look. Therefore, after returning to Konoha, he took Fukasaku's sage to the comic shop. There are many Konoha summoned beasts, and a toad is not surprising, and although it attracts some eyes along the way, there is nothing outside of his control. To the comic shop. Fukasaku's sage looked around calmly, and finally pointed in another direction, saying, "Let's go in this direction." That location. Isn't it the Kurama clan? Jiraiya was also suspicious, but he still followed Fukasaku sage's guidance and headed to the Kurama clan place. Akaban's original intention when he bought the comic shop was that it was close enough to his house. Even if he returned to the Kurama clan, it was still not difficult for Fukasaku sage to feel him. Of course. Why does he know Akaban? That's a problem. Jiraiya was like a mount, as he was carrying a sage on his shoulder, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of Akaban house. "Well, won't you go up?" Fukasaku sage felt it was a little strange. Normally, when visiting other people's homes, shouldn't you go through the main entrance? Why did Jiraiya run straight down the window when he came here? This one. Jiraiya also had difficulty answering for a while. To ask why, it can only be said that habit has become natural. He glanced around and said, "Do you want to enter from the front door? Is his room above? Then that's not necessary. The kid might avoid seeing us, so it's better to climb this up." Fukasaku sage seems to have a certain understanding of Akaban, even though he knows that the kid is lazy. Jiraiya also froze for a moment, obviously also aware of this. He kept struggling in his heart, and he hesitated for a while and asked, "Fukasaku sage, should you treat Akaban?" "Don't worry. It's not what you think," Fukasaku sage said as he glanced at him, then poked him, letting Jiraiya climb up. Upstairs. Akaban sits opposite his shadow clone, sorting out the sketches he has just finished. After today's painting is finished, the next volume will be the story of the Hyuga clan, their side. The shadow clone was halfway talking and suddenly saw the body put a finger on. Akaban used his perception abilities to detect the uninvited guests outside the window, and he sensed Jiraiya's chakra. Besides him, there was a very strange but powerful creature. Together with Jiraiya, the silhouette almost overlaps. Which of the two sages of Mount Myoboku? Akaban felt a bad feeling in his heart. With the sage of Mount Miboku came to visit him in person. Is it because he instigated the dream to occur and it was predicted by Great Toad Sage? Or, my own appearance changes the future, so I was noticed by the Big Toad Immortal? No way. His heart was beating fast. With how strong the opponent is, he can't hide from them. So he can only bite the bullet and look at the other party's purpose. Open the window. Bang. With a loud noise, Akaban was stunned for a moment and saw an old toad swiftly jumping to the window as it landed on his window. As for Jiraiya, he was pushed down due to his action of opening the window. Although Akaban vacated a place for him to enter, Fukasaku sage politely started to talk. Cough, "I am Mount Miboku Fukasaku sage, young man, can you let me in?" On the surface, Akaban put on a very surprised and extremely shocked look. He was stunned for a long time before quickly saying, "Please come in." "Thanks a lot then." Fukasaku sage jumped in and saw his shadow clone on the bed. After a moment, he exclaimed, "It's a good idea to use your shadow clone instead of yourself for work." "Thank you for the compliment. I heard Jiraiya talk about Mount Myoboku, but didn't expect to be able to see it in person," Akaban said respectfully. The other party's first two sentences seemed meaningless, but they actually showed his kindness, meaning that he should not be so wary. Of course, he didn't believe it so easily, but based on his understanding of Fukasaku Sage in the comics of the previous life, the other party shouldn't be a killer. At most, just a warning. It's a long story. At this time, Jiraiya finally climbed up from below. As a result, Fukasaku Sage turned his head and glanced and said with a smile, "Little Jiraiya, you can go do what you want to do, don't stay here anymore." What? Jiraiya also froze for a while, which meant that he was going to be a distraction, and his heart became more and more gloomy. Don't tell me you're really going to hurt my friend. He couldn't help but think. It's okay, you can do your own thing, Jiraiya. Akaban smiled. Behind Fukasaku Sage is the whole Mount Mibaku. If he really wants to do something to him, Jiraiya can't stop it either. Of course, he wouldn't just stand there to be slaughtered. Jiraiya was also anxious but knew that his presence was inappropriate, so he could only leave as he was told. But in this state, he was not in the mood to go to the bathhouse or do what he liked, so he could only sit in the small forest outside and stare at Akaban's window. That kid cares about you, and Konoha's atmosphere is better than before. Fukasaku Sage's tone is very kind, like a homely chat. Akaban smiled and said, "This is thanks to the wise management of the third Hokage summer that Konoha has today's peace." "Okay, boy, you don't need to be so defensive. Why don't we go to your illusion? Your Kurama clan has this ability." Fukasaku Sage is sincere and willing to let Akaban perform the operation on his own initiative. As long as you understand the illusion of the Kurama clan, you must know how dangerous and terrible it is to enter their illusion. Then I won't be disrespectful. Akaban drew a few strokes at random, and then the two entered the illusion at the same time. In a blank scene, Fukasaku Sage and Akaban's illusionary figures appeared at the same time, followed by a table and two rocking chairs. Fukasaku Sage sat down comfortably, shook the chair, and said with satisfaction, "Not bad." As Great Toad Sage said, "You are a child who knows how to enjoy yourself." The Great Toad Sage said that. Akaban was surprised. This time he was not pretending, but he was really shocked. Fukasaku Sage coming to him, it turned out that Great Toad Sage mentioned himself. Could it be that he was caught as a traveler? Great Toad Sage is the oldest and wise elder in Mount Myobaku, with a strong prophecy. Fukasaku Sage explained. Afterwards, it paused for a moment and said, "I come to you so that you can accept the guidance of Great Toad Sage." Great Toad Sage has any predictions about me? It's not a prophecy. It's just that he dreamed of you, some fragments of your past, so he have a certain degree of understanding of you who he has never met. Fukasaku Sage shook the chair. As an old toad, he quickly mastered the essence of the lazy chair, and he had a great time playing and was very leisurely. It's really easy to use, at least it's not stressful. If it weren't for its toad appearance, Akaban would even think that the other party is a lazy old man instead of the legendary Mount Mibaku Sage. Akaban was lost in thought. Just a fragment of the past. Guessing from what Fukasaku Sage said, it should be a fragment of himself after he transmigrated, otherwise Fukasaku Sage will not mention words like know how to enjoy. To know how to enjoy, to read from another angle is lazy. The former Kurama Akaban is not lazy, but his body is very wasteful. These are two different things. After listening to Great Toad Sage's dream, I'm very curious about you. It happened that something happened on Mount Myobaku, so I went down the mountain with Jiraiya and went to Konoha to take a look. And also to discuss something. Fukasaku sage speaks slowly but does not hide his intention. The entire process of development and why he came down the mountain in a few words is fully explained. It's due to the advertisement of the dream to Per. aka and also understood it, and said with a dry cough, "My lord, what do you mean? Young man, I don't understand your intention to let the dream to Per promote your comics, but it becomes a problem in Mount Mibaku. You should let the dream to Per family stop what they were doing." Fukasaku sage sighed. The dream to Per previously is not a problem, but now that they have Akaban who have many insidious ideas, he was afraid that Mount Mibaku will become turbulent due to them. This. I can only say that I try my best. Akaban dare not say he promised. He lacks an understanding of the dream to Per family, but from the current information, the dream to Per family is divided into two types. One has the characteristics of creating dreams and illusions and is relatively small in size, while the other is good at ninjutsu and eating genjutsu and has a larger body. You should try your best. Those dream to Per at first only have rigid dreams, and the spiritual energy they can absorb is also non-existent, but due to your crooked idea, it becomes problematic. Fukasaku sage seems to have something to say but stop. They have fought with the dream to Per for so many years, and they have a tacit understanding of each other. Although they are sometimes annoying, they will not cause too much disturbance. But right now, it's a mess. Akaban smiled back and said to do his best. Fukasaku sage got up, looked at the rocking chair underneath, and said, "Do you have this chair at home? If you need it, I can ask the family to make one for you." Akaban smiled brightly. Ahem, how embarrassing it is. It's okay. In addition, the toads like my comics so much. I'm happy to send a few more sets. Just now, Mr. Yamano delivered the update. You can bring the updated content to the little toads. Akaban is very hospitable as he said that. Fukasaku sage jumped out of the rocking chair and said very vigilantly, "You have signed the contract for the dream to Per. Don't hit us on Mount Myobaku." "How can it be, it's just a little thought." Akaban releases his genjutsu and then took Fukasaku sage out of the house. In order to prevent his parents from seeing the toad sage to make a fuss about nothing, he especially left through his window. When Jiraiya also saw Akaban coming out with a toad on his shoulder, he was relieved and hurried out from the woods to greet them. Today Izumi Yamano sent Naruto Chapter 91 to Chapter 95, as well as the 5 follow-up episodes of One Piece. Apart from these, there is also a book of the amusing daily life of Hashirama. Yes, Uzumaki Maito's debut work is finally out. These plus some of the previous updates, Akaban packed 5 sets in one go and gave them to Fukasaku sage as a personal gift. Fukasaku sage was embarrassed, but he honestly accepted the gift and didn't make any excuses. For this, even Jiraiya feels somewhat ashamed. "You are a sage, but you don't even pay." He wanted to pay for it, but the 5 sets of comics cost tens of thousands of Ryo. His current net worth is only that much, not to mention that he had paid for 2 sets before. "Well, kid, although you are very slippery, you are doing very well. In between, I will give you some small rewards." Fukasaku sage squatted on Jiraiya's shoulder, said a piece, "There are many types of genjutsu, and the sound can also be genjutsu. For example, I have a frog croaking genjutsu on Mount Myobaku. If you can develop a way to create illusory domain with sound, your genjutsu level will bring it up a level." Thank you for the sage teaching. He already knew this. Even so, he still has to thank him. Akaban thanked him, and Jiraiya took these comics and returned to Mount Myoboku with reverse summoning jutsu. This wave of comics brought home may bring a lot of points. In addition, in the recent update, Kyuubi has officially appeared, and at the same time, there is also Gamabunter. Oh tilde Big Brother Gamabunter is so handsome and big. Wow, Big Brother also played a role. There are small toads who skipped the previous chapter and directly snatched the latest update to read. So when he saw Gamabunter, he couldn't help but exclaim. When they heard Gamabunter name, many toads came over. So handsome. Gamabunter is the boss of these toads, both strength and momentum are the strongest. Seeing the essays in the comics that are stronger than reality, they are not too envious. Look at me, summoning jutsu. A little toad jumped onto the sleeping Gamabunter, with two forelimbs resembling a knot, and then quickly patted Gamabunter back like in the comic. Idiot, don't. It's over. Everyone was stunned. The little toad ate the swan meat and then floated to provoke the sleeping Gamabunter. After being shot by it, Gamabunter wakes up dimly. It didn't know what happened, only that he seemed to be slapped on its back, and then he woke up from sleep. Who is it? His deep voice was mixed with anger. Look, I, like Naruto, summoned boss Gamabunter. The little toad didn't realize the crisis but was very excited and proud. A crowd of toads covered their faces. They know that when Gamabunter was angry the consequences were serious. Next second. Idiot, who told you to hit me while I was sleeping? I want to kill you. An angry roar spread throughout Mount Miboku. Jiraiya, who was training with Fukasaku Sage in the distance, also looked dazed. And thought, what was the situation with Gamabunter or, I didn't provoke him. Fukasaku Sage looked at the comic, glanced at Jiraiya, and said calmly, take care of yourself first, your disposition is in chaos again. Yes. Jiraiya also hurriedly adjusted his disposition and let his shaky self sit on the stone slab again. Fukasaku Sage lying on the stone pillar. Since he got used to the kind of chair that can rock back and forth in the illusion, this kind of hard stone become uncomfortable to him. I don't know when that kid can finish it. Forget it, continue reading the comics. It took out the next volume. It's not easy to draw comics, but it's really fast if you just look at it. He read Naruto by its third volume in less than an hour. But fortunately, there are many more. Fukasaku Sage looked at the manga that was higher than it and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Although I don't know why the great Toad Sage dreamed of that little kid, the comics are indeed good things. It's really cool to read them all at once. If it wasn't for Mount Myoboku to be special, it even wanted Kurama Akaban to open a comic shop on the mountain. But when it was really opened, Mount Myoboku had no money to pay them. It's embarrassing to get a free manga once, and it would be too much for them to ask to fund a shop. It seems that there is only one choice, a trade. Fukasaku Sage thought in his mind, what can they trade with humans, to get more comics? Worm cooking. Go back to discuss with that kid. At Konoha's gate, recruitment is almost over. Damn, that guy didn't come back. In the end, we took care of the mess. He really likes to be lazy. They thought that Akaban will come back after leaving, but even his silhouette couldn't be seen this afternoon. The problem is, the shadow clone left behind does not seem to be so motivated. Although it is not lazy, it does very limited things. Sure enough, it was its shadow clone, similar to the main body. Shimi sighed softly. Hey, Akaban, you have to treat us after we go back. Last time you treated Hayat Gecko so badly, I haven't counted it with you. Yiwu returned tiredly. She is responsible for the recruitment of actual combat training instructors. The most difficult and tiring one is. It's the main body problem, but thinking about the money he has that he doesn't care, it should not be a problem treating you guys. The shadow clone expression was indifferent, as if these things had nothing to do with him. Damn, even after eating, I have to go back to train. Yiwu handed the information to Shimi, and then said, this is everyone's information, and the rest is up to you. Okay. In terms of data analysis, he is indeed better than the others, and it is for this step that Shimi participates in the job fair. Gradually, all the information was handed over. And it is a thick pile of files. This is still the result of screening. If all the original data are here, Shimi is afraid that it will be impossible to finish the work until his sudden death. Thanks to everyone today, it looks like it's over. At this time, Akaban arrived. He calculated the time and rushed over when he felt it was almost time. Shimi glanced at him and was unable to organize the information. In the evening, I invite everyone to dinner, and when the preparation department starts, I will give you some extra benefits. Akaban said. Forget about eating, later we will come back to join the preparation department, so have mercy on us at that time and we will very grateful. A group of Genins have no interest in eating at all. Although the barbecue is very delicious, if you don't have the strength, who knows what is going on in the preparation department in the future. It would be a shame for them to be surpassed by Genin, who graduated this year. Yeah, I have to go back. Iwamaru hasn't been taken care of by me for a day, so I don't know what happened. Inuzuka she stretched. Although they are all working errands, they are equally tiring all day. The group of Genins didn't have the nature of staying any longer and soon dispersed. Only Shimi, Gecko Yu, Shinosuke and Akaban were left here. Today, there are quite a few strong Jonin, many of them have been on the battlefield. I can't figure out how to choose them. It's only up to you to discuss them. Yiwu raised her sword, the meaning is self-evident. Today's training got suspended due to the recruitment, so she has to go back and make up for it, so she won't continue to accompany them here. Thank you. Akaban bowed and thanked her. Although it was a job that was exchanged for stealth foot, if they were not for friends, Yiwu would not be so dedicated. Yiwu waved her hand and left instantly. Akaban, you haven't come to me for a long time. Even if you ask me to do things for you, you have to go through my father to ask me about it. Are you that afraid that I will create new weapons and abuse you? Shinosuke was triumphant, and as he spoke, he took out a strange weapon from his waist. Yes, it is indeed a pan. The appearance is quite unpretentious, without any fancy lines, but in terms of material and workmanship, this is a very strong chakra weapon. Shimi's eyes widened, with a shocked expression on his face. The third Hokage Sama will let you mess around and make such precious materials into a pan. It's not a simple pan. Shinosuke was furious, all of them were like this, and they didn't understand his genius idea. Chakra perfusion. In an instant, the frying pan became earth yellow, like a rock, and as chakra was poured, it continued to expand, eventually reaching 10 times its size. Look, it can be offensive and defensive, and even. With a wave of the pan, countless soil thorns flew out. If you use such an attack when defending, it is indeed quite unexpected. Shimi took a look, then lowered his head and continued to sort out the information. From the effect, it was indeed a good weapon, but the selling point was so different. Hey, what is your expression? Do you look down on the great weapon I have worked hard to design? Shinosuke put chakra away and yelled in annoyance. No, I was just stunned. I hope you won't be in a half-century footsteps. Akaban wishes sincerely. In his previous life, there is a man called 55, but because of the frying pan, it has taken the road of self-destruction. Shinosuke did not understand what he meant and he was content to experiment with his new weapons. Seeing that no one is paying attention, he sadly put away the pan and said, speaking of which, how do you plan to arrange training? Use my virtual game to simulate various scenarios for actual combat training. Akaban explained. Those genin student strengths are not that strong. At first, there is no need for large-scale online operations, but since his spiritual energy consumption will not be too much, he will let them experience it. As for large-scale group illusion, with the ability of a dream to as long as a group of relatively strong ninja provide him with mental energy, the consumption of illusions can be reduced to a tolerable range. I'm also a genin. I should be able to enter the reserve department too. His eyes lit up after he heard the way of training. Illusory simulation training has been implemented on the previous route team, and later he uses the virtual game of guarding the village of Konoha, and it's also the same as the survival in the desert they play on the Dand village. Although he hadn't experienced the first illusory training program, he still played the survival in the desert. Although it is extremely difficult, it is quite fun. It's not possible since you have a lead Jonin. Akaban refused mercilessly. Is there no other way? I can't accommodate it. You are so strange. What's so good about the preparation department? Shimi felt it very strange. The preparation department is a place where very inferior ninjas would stay. How could an elite like Shinosuke enter the preparation department? Oh, by the way, apart from these, there will be some special events from time to time, such as weekend animation education, etc. Relatively speaking, it should not be too boring. If I can do it, I have special arrangements. Akaban was talking about some of his plans. The more he listens, the more excited Shinosuke become. Many projects feel very fun just by listening to Akaban. It must be fun to join the preparation department. However, he also knows very well that these are all impossible for him to join. The 9 genins who participated in Chunin exams some time ago were all well-known figures in the same session. Among them, although Shinyai had the worst strength, but he was also snatched by various departments. So as the son of the third Hokage, if Shinosuke had to shrink in the preparation department with the rest of the genins, it was not only the faces of the 9 ninjas from the Chunin exam who will be lost, but also the face of the third Hokage. By the way, since you are good at Earth style, after completing the mission ordered by the village, you can come to the preparation department as much as you like when you have free time. Of course, it is definitely not for you to have fun for allowing you to come, but I will assign you as a temp teacher to train taijutsu and correspondingly when there are anime education and other activities. Akaban said with a smile. What exactly are the animation education activities? Seeing Shinosuke being interested, Shimi sighed lightly. It's Akaban's habitual tactics luring a poor soul. When Shinosuke was interested, he had no turning back from his clutch. Shimi's coping method was very simple: turn in his head and ignore them, not thinking about what Akaban said, just taking care of his own affairs. Obviously, Shinosuke doesn't have his concentration. Animation education, as the name suggests, turns the plot of comics into magic so that students can feel the thoughts and meanings the character want to convey in the plot. It is a part of ideological education. Akaban said. Oh tilde, it sounds interesting. Okay, I agree. Shinosuke became interested in an instant. Shimi shrugged his head, not surprised by the result. However, compared with the blank and boring preaching like in the academy, letting the students blend into the characters of illusion, feel the emotions and thoughts that the characters of the plot must convey, and then understand the truth of the plot is really interesting. Think about it carefully, this kind of education is indeed better. This guy, it looks like he's not really lazy. He sighed lightly and continued to sort out the massive amounts of information in front of him. So that's it, guys. This was the last part of Season 2. There are more season coming, so stay tuned. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel. And also tell me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.